and pray. All right, so welcome officially. The recording has begun. This is what the third or fourth Sunday that we're here. I can't remember. This is the fourth Sunday, right? This has to be the fourth Sunday. Y'all remind me. Because when I naming the thing I need them, but I think this is the fourth that the shit.
I think it's the fourth.
Yeah, I think it's the fourth. Yeah, another 4 hours of Sunday classes. Wow. Yeah, that's how we do it on this side. Um,
Speed, you being busy earlier today?
why you say that? Oh, you mean for bio?
Yeah.
Mm. I told Nancy, say Nancy.
Cough, 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 hat.
I told Nancy I gave her the book. I mean, just
You don't
study.
want us to pass, yeah?
No, man, don't say that. Let's start with 2016. I think that's a good place to start. Paper one. So that's how we can do it.
Oh, I got a math textbook with all the years past. Just wanted to let you know.
That's cool. You have 2016?
Yeah, but I think I answered all of the questions this week. I was going through them.
Okay.
Self-study, so
That's good. So,
I could use that book to, if I could,
all right. Let's do number one together. It says, at a weather station.
You ain't
You got to
gonna
show.
share the screen.
My screen is not sharing? Wow, that's so embarrassing. I'm sorry. I honestly thought y'all could have seen it on my screen. Okay. All right, good. Yeah, so at a weather station, a balloon is released every 6 hours, day and night. Calculate the number of balloons that are released in 1 week. So I'm going to give you a minute. And once the time has ended, hopefully you'll be done with that and we can discuss our results. So, all right, the time has begun. Try number
Okay, so I just came back and I was getting the book. What would you say?
Try number one.
Number one. All right.
Is it 28?
You say 28?
Yeah, 28.
You said 28. All right.
28 balloons.
We still have
Yeah,
15
28.
minutes. So I'll still keep the time running. But they say 28, so. All right. Anyone got any answer different from what Alicia and Nancy said? One, what you
I
got?
did, but I also got 28.
So you got two answers.
Yeah, but if I had to choose, I would go with the 28 one, not because of them, though.
Not because of them. You sure? Not because of them.
Yeah, because I read it again, I see. Make more sense because they say every 6 hours.
Ah, very good. Okay, good. Um, so where are we? We are on which tab? I think yeah, this tab. So the idea here is that we know that every 6 hours, one balloon is released, right? And we know that in a day there are 24 hours, right? And every 6 hours, a balloon is going to be released. So how much balloons is going to be released in a day? Well, that's 24 divided by 6. And so that means that in one day, 4 balloons, not 4 balloons. Yeah, in one day, 4 balloons is going to be released, right? So in one day, right, we're going to have 4 balloons being released. Now, if that happens, if 4 balloons is going to be released every day, then in 1 week, right? In 1 week, how much balloons will we have? Well, it would be simply 4 times what?
7.
4 times 7, which gives us the 28, right? So, yeah, right, 28 balloons. So you first find out how much is released in 1 day, and then once you find out how much balloons is released in 1 day, then you extend that for the week. We know that a week has 7 days. So that's the idea there. Okay, so next up we have number 2. Another 1 minute. X is 7, y is -4. Calculate the value of x squared plus 3y. 45 minutes left. 45 seconds, really. All right, that's time. Anyone got any answers?
37.
37.
37. Anyone disagree with 37? X is 7, y is -4, so we x squared plus 3y is going to be equal to 7 squared plus 3 times y. Y we know is -4, so that's -4. 7 squared is 49, plus 3 times -4 is -12, and 49, we know that a positive multiplied by a negative is going to be a negative, so that's -12, and so it's going to be equal to 49 minus 12 is definitely 37. So the answer is 37. Any questions on that? You gotta talk to me now. Any questions?
Not from me.
From you?
No, I can.
No, sir.
All right, good. All right. So let me move to number 3. Calculate the
Speedy, you never did answer my question. I sent you on your Sabbath day.
Oh, I didn't?
No,
The answer is, man, I thought I did. Or I'm sorry, I should say. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be um in fraction form. It could be in decimal. All right. But I
so it
prefer
can't be in a whole number form.
it could be in whole number form too. Right? You could cosine anything.
My calculators give me an error.
When you cosine inverse what?
My cosine inverse, like you see how it's a division,
Mm-hmm.
like 100 minus 200 over 300. Like if I find that first and then try to find the inverse of that, it gives me an error.
Say it again, if you will.
Like if I try to find the cosine inverse of 100,
Mm-hmm.
it's a error.
Oh, maybe because okay, I think it's because cosine inverse has a specific like domain that is allowed. So let me see the domain of cosine inverse. Yeah, it's between -1 and 1. So my apologies. It only accepts values between -1 and 1.
Okay.
Okay, so
So it had to be in fraction form then.
no, it just have to be between -1 and 1.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So that's why 100 wouldn't work because it's outside the domain of cosine inverse, that is. All right, calculate the
Okay.
remainder when the sum of 486 and 985 is divided by 83. We have 1 minute. We want the remainder when the sum of 486 and 985 is divided by 83. Once you get the answer, let me know. You can
So
just go ahead.
I have a question. So like the remainder would be after the decimal because I have 17.72. So what would the remainder be again?
I won't say it yet. I'll let you determine it.
Okay.
I'll let you try.
Well, I don't know. I think 7 is the remainder. Remainder.
7 is
I
the
think
remainder.
I have 17.7.
17.7. Okay.
I got the same thing too, but I'm still attempting it to do it separately to see if it'll still add up to the same thing.
Okay. 5 more seconds. All right, that's time. Anyone have any answers? You can just
I'm gonna stick with
I
17.72.
That's your answer?
Could I do it by
yeah, a
calculator?
lot of
But I try,
remainder.
and then I tried to do it by
So
hand too. When I got decimals as well, just trying to figure out.
No, they after the remainder now.
the remainder wouldn't be 7?
Again, 7.
Oh, they don't want to
Okay.
check. They don't want how much times it could go.
They want the remainder.
Oh, I gotta do it by hand. Then hold on. Okay, give me a minute.
I get 9.
Okay, yeah, 9. Anyone else?
Can I do it by hand for a minute?
Go right ahead. All right. Anyone else? Ricardo, 1.
I get 17.
You get 17. Ricardo, what you get? I know you was a math guru.
Wait, Miss Petit, my answer right 17.72.
17 and 17. All right. You sticking with
Is
that?
that no? That's my first answer. But since you tell me say go do it hand by hands, I'm trying to figure out am I doing it by hand because it's wrong or I'm doing it for the fun?
Because you don't have to do it by hand. They just ask for the remainder.
Well, I'm sticking with my 17 then.
Really? Okay. So you
17.72.
17 and 7. Okay. Calculate the remainder when the sum of 486 and 985 is divided by 83. So since we are allowed to use calculators, I'm going to take advantage of that.
Let's rotate it up a long remainder though.
All right. So that's how we can do it. First, we want the remainder when the sum of 486 and 495. So they say they want the sum of 486 and 985. So that means we have to add these two numbers, 486 and 985. So let's add them. So that's 486 and what? 985. That gives us 1471. So that's the
Then you
sum.
divide that by 80.
Yeah, now we have to divide it by 83, right? Because they say when this sum is divided by 83. So when we divide this by 83, we get 17.722891, this long thing, right? The problem here is that we get an extended decimal, right? And so we're not going to use this. The best thing to do is to do this part by hand. That's the best thing to do because remember, this has two things in it. This has the quotient and the remainder. All right. So 17 is your quotient. This is your remainder at the back here. And so we have to find out exactly what this is. Okay. And so let's go back to our work.
So by hand would have worked then.
Yeah, by hand will work. That'll give us the
Okay.
actual thing. So
Mr. Batik,
Yes, sir.
by hand, I got 60.
What, 60? That's
Yeah,
wrong. Right, 14 point. What is 1421? I can't remember.
1471.
1471. Okay. 83 goes into 140, 147. How much times?
Once.
Because 83 times 2 is one. No, twice. No. 83 times 2 is 166. So you only could go once. So 7 minus 3 is definitely 4. And then we borrow and we have 14 minus 8. That's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's 64. And then we bring down. So 641. If we multiply that by 7, if we multiply 83 by 7, we get 581. If we multiply 83 by, I mean, we never do that because we already know it's
Mr.
7.
Patel, you cut out for like a whole minute.
Oh, I just is divided. 83 times 7 is 5, 8, 1 minus, we have what? 0. This goes into that. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So that's 66, right? But so we know this is the quotient. This is the
Yeah, be 6.
I would say I want to say 60 over 83. That's what I want to say. Yeah, 60 over 83. I think it's 60 over 83. Now, let me see something. Okay, I gotta look at the formula because the idea is that um, quotient plus your remainder equals your dividend. Okay, so I hope I'm saying that right. So quotient.
I put it in the calculator, 60 over 83, and I got 0.72. The same thing, just without the 17.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying that the remainder is 1. Uh, okay. Let me see the formula. The formula says, okay, there we go. Good. So, all right. I think the remainder is 60. Okay, the formula says the dividend equals the divisor times the quotient plus the remainder, right? And so let's follow this formula and see if we making sense here. So, sorry. Anyway, no open math classes. Give me one moment. All right, so this is the um this is the formula that we need to use, right? We know that when we divided these things, so when we divided 14, that was 14, 7, 1. And when we divided 83, we got 17, right? And 60 over 83, right? That's what we got, right?
Yes, sir.
Good. So the dividend is 1471. That's what the dividend is, right? So the dividend is 1471 The divisor is what? What's the divisor?
83.
83. Very good. That's the number we use to do the divising. Multiplied by the quotient. The quotient is 17. And the remainder is, if we say the remainder is 60, right? So 83 times 17. Yeah, the remainder have to be 60. So, and now our eyes at the case. Do 83 times 17. That's what? 1,411. Added to 60. What do we get? We get exactly 1.
Get the dividend back.
Get the dividend back. Very good. And so when we did our division, so this 83 and 1471. And so this was 17 on top. And then we did all sorts of stuff. And then we end up getting 60, right? So this is the divisor. This is the what?
The dividend.
The dividend. Yeah. This is the
Quotient.
quotient. And like Mr. Ricardo said, 60 is the remainder. Alright, so that's how it goes. So the remainder is not the fraction like I thought. The remainder is actually the number that is left over without you dividing it by the divisor. Alright, so 60 is your remainder. Okay.
Oh, so they expect you to do it by hand
Yeah, they
and
expect you to do it by hand.
calculate.
Yeah.
Okay.
But because you have a calculator, it helps you because when you do it by a calculator, right, you already know that 17 is the quotient. So that'll help you a lot. That'll help you to do the division quicker. And so all you need to do in the final thing is just subtract to get 60. And then, yeah, very important formula here. All right, any questions on that? Okay, I think we could. All right, so
What you're saying, after we find the quotient, all we have to do is subtract
the final one, remember?
from the dividend to get what the remainder is.
Like, okay,
Yeah.
like this, right? So, yeah, like once you're ready to do that, once you're ready to find the quotient, and you have nothing left, the remainder is what you have. That's a regular division. Just whatever's
No,
left.
I mean, I was saying, like, you say after we do it normally, we can automatically find the quotient. Like, if you put it in the calculator, you would get the quotient and then the decimal value. So then we just add the divisor and the quotient. Multiply it.
Just subtract the dividend. Look, because look at the formula.
Yeah.
If you send that over the equal sign, the dividend minus the quotient times the divisor is the remainder. I mean.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I mean, or you could just do it simply and just do it by hand, and then whatever you get at the bottom is the remainder. You understand?
Yeah, I understand it.
Okay. All right. This one. Simplify this for me, please. You have 1 minute to do that. Now, you have to show the steps for this one. You can't just show it in the calculator. That's very important. For these stuff, you have to show working. Even though you did it in the calculator, please show it. Because you notice how much there's 3 points, right? So Don't just put the answer on the paper. This one is for another
It's a
line.
material.
So please put what you did by hand. Do it by hand. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I got
Yes,
13
sir.
for this one.
I got 13.
13.
I got 13 too.
13. Well, I hope that 13 right.
Yeah, I got 13. I'm confident in this one.
You confident?
This is the PEMDAS
Yeah,
equation, right?
PEMDAS.
So yeah, it's 13.
Yeah, it's 13. Well, I really wish y'all would say that when we come to them paper 3 questions, man. Just, yeah. Yeah, that's it, Mr. Petit, for sure. I'm confident. That'll be joy. That'll be a joy. We'll see.
I also get 13.
Yeah, you just saying what they say.
No, I get 13.
You sure, Mr. Bethel?
Yeah, I doing it like algebra. But
Okay. All right. So what is the first thing that we do?
Bracket.
brackets.
Bracket. So that'll be um 3 plus 9, which is
12.
12. Okay. So just like how I'm doing
Divided by
this, step by step, please show it. Please. A lot of my students, they have the right answer, but they lose a lot of points because they don't show how they get it. This 3 points is not for anything, for nothing. They want to see it, and they literally is mark for each line. So make sure you're working, please. Even if you get the answer wrong, if you have previous steps that are right, you can mark that. You know what I mean? Because sometimes you're rushing, and you do something wrong. But say for the first step and the second step, you can at least get something for that, even if you end up getting the last answer wrong. So please, whatever you do, show you're working in this exam. 2 times 12 is 20.
negative 24.
24 divided by 4.
Oh,
And then what do we do at this point?
divide 24 by 4.
Very good. 24 by 4 is 6. 19 minus 6 is definitely
13.
13. So 13 is correct. Very good. Very good. Alright. I think we covered that. We're running along. Alright, on the diagram, draw all the lines of symmetry. So tell me where are we going to draw them?
One going straight down,
Yeah, one goes straight down.
across, and then left to right and right to left.
So one across to show
Yes.
definitely down, like so.
And then your top right, your bottom left, and your top left and your bottom right.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. I think this one does pass for you. You mean that, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think that. I mean, please do it much more better than this. It's just freehand, but
I agree.
yeah. But you get the idea. Yeah, they do. They do overlap pretty nicely. All right. Next up is. Oh, I love this question, boy. Okay. You have 1 minute.
Mr. Petit, you do this favor before you say 1 minute. Why don't you read the question to us and then give us this 1 minute?
No. Y'all can use that
Because we
time.
gotta read, we gotta read, and then
All right,
do the
let me read
answer
it
that was
then.
like that.
All right. Coffee break prepares a blend of coffee containing Arabica beans and Brazil beans in the ratio 4:3. Calculate the weight of Arabica beans in the blend of 455 grams. The time has begun. Just do A.
65 grams.
65. She said 65.
I get 260
Oh,
grams.
260. I didn't multiply it.
260
65,
grams.
65 times the 4. 65 times the 4 is 260.
She let me say my answer. Wow. I say my answer. She
Just
just
like,
burst out. What?
because I just looked at it just now. I said, oh, shoot, I didn't multiply the 4. 65 times 4, 260.
All right. Anyone else?
Alicia agrees with me, okay? That's
I got
well.
260 grams.
260. All right.
But you don't gotta put grams because they didn't put it for you, right?
Yeah, they put it for you, yeah, so you don't have to put that. See, we try and help you. We try and do as much as we could to help you out, right? Right, Nancy? We don't want y'all to fail.
Yeah.
Try to popular opinion. All right, so we're trying to find one equal part, right? That's the first thing to do. When Alicia said her answer, I was like, wow, she did it really, really quick, right? But she just found one equal part. So one equal part is going to be the 455 because we're taking 455 grams and we're sharing it really into 7 um, shares of 7 parts, right? 4 plus 3 is 7, so it's going to be 455 grams divided by 7, okay? And it's going to be equal to 455 divided by 7.
65.
Now let me tell you something, right? So notice how I did my work, and this is ideal. Please show what you did, even though you use a calculator. Show what you did, right? This is very important. Um, so please show your working, right? Then we're trying to find Arabica beans, Arabica rather beans. So weight of Arabica beans. I just could put A for short. AB Arabica. It's going to be equal to 65 grams times 65 times what? 4 is going to be equal to 260. Right, so that's 260 grams. All right, so that's the correct answer. Coffee Break has placed an order of 150 kilograms of Brazil beans. Calculate the weight of Africa beans to be ordered to make the blend. The timer has begun. So 1 minute for that.
I got 200 kg.
All right, that's time. Mr. Bethel,
I get 200.
you get 200. Okay, Mr. Bethel, you get
856.
So, Juan said 200. Alicia, what you get? And Ricardo, what you get?
I didn't understand. I didn't understand the question, to be honest. I was trying to figure out what to do.
Ricardo, what say you? Are you here?
I divided it. I got 2.85.
2.85. Okay.
Yeah, I know that wrong. That may be wrong though.
It may be wrong. Okay. All right. So remember, guys, we're in paper one, so we can't let these questions run us down. Um, this 150 is for
The
Brazil beans,
Brazilian
right? And we know that Brazil beans automatically is how much equal parts?
reach three,
Three shares of
three.
equal parts, right? So that means that if we want to figure out what one equal part is or what one share is, right? We know that 150 is three equal parts.
I changed my answer. I got 75.
Saying is 75. Okay,
I got 200. I'm gonna stick to that.
stick with that. We know that one share is gotta be 150
Divided by 3,
divided by 3,
which equals 50
which
is
equals,
one share.
yeah, which means that 50 grams is 1 kilograms is one share. The reason is because we know that 150 is three shares. We know that, right? That's what is Brazil beans, right? Brazil beans is three equal parts. So that means one equal part would definitely, or one share would be 150 divided by 3, because this 150, you have to share that into three parts. So if one share is 50,
So you multiplying the 50 by 40 to get the answer.
exactly.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah, so Africa beans is going to be, we know that's four equal parts. And so that's
Yes,
going to be
sure.
4 times 50, and that's going to be equal to 200 kilograms. Okay, and so that's how we do that one. Nancy, very good. By the way,
Thank you. I didn't do it your way though.
how did you manage
Well,
to?
I do it that way after, like, to check it. The first way I did like a ratio 3 and 4, and then I put x and 150, then cross multiply, then bring it down, then divide
Okay,
to get x by itself, like algebra.
interesting. Yeah, I said to myself, I said, wow, she's a beast. How she get that? You know, because I got the answer, um, but I got it. I got the answer then when you say 200, I was like, oh, gee, how she get that? And then one said 200, I'm like, wow, okay, so we have two pieces now. But then one changed his answer. And so, but one is 200. You were right the first time. So this is the way I'd recommend to do it. And please show you're working for this one. All right, moving right along with this. Mr. Roll attended a conference session beginning at 8:45 and ending at 11:05 a.m. How long was the session? 1 minute.
Mr. Petit, I think you skipped question 7 and 8, unless they don't have it.
Yeah, the book, this paper don't have it. Sorry, don't have
Okay.
don't have it.
So just skip it on this book, because they had some interesting questions.
Unless you want to take a picture of it for me and send it to
2
me.
hours, 40 minutes.
You say 2 hours and 40 minutes. Right, that's what Mr. Bethel said.
Okay, guess.
Yes.
And you will have to convert the minutes into hours because it said at the end of the answer of hours.
Did it say hours? Very good observation. roughly.
Would it be 3 hours? I'm not sure.
All right, that counts. Okay, so for this one, there is multiple ways to do this, right? First, the intuitive way. Then we can actually do it the handwritten. No, let me just do it the handwritten way, and then we can do it the intuitive way, which is like 100 times easier. And so we have hours, we have minutes, and so we know that for the hour side, the meeting ended at 11:05, so that's 11 hours 5 minutes, and then it started at 8:45. Okay, so we want to subtract these things. We know that immediately we have to borrow from the hour side to make this 10. And because, okay, let me explain why. 5 minus 5, yes, that's 0, right? But when you go to 0 minus 4, we can't do that, right? And so the best thing we could do is to add 60 to this side. So this is plus 60. And so 60 plus 60 minutes plus 5 minutes would end up giving us what? 65 minutes altogether. All right, and so now we have 65 minus 45, and so 5 minus 5 is 0, 6 minus 4 is 2, 10 minus 8 is 2. And so we're dealing with 2 hours and 20 minutes. So that's 2 hours and 20 minutes, but like Miss rightly said, they want the answer in hours. And so 20 minutes is, if we put it over 60, so that's 20 divided by 60, that's a third. So, and hopefully you could appreciate that, because 20 over 60 is equal to, cancel out the zeros, that's what, 2 over 6, 2 over 6, yeah, divide top and bottom by 2, that's 1 over what?
3.
1 over 3, so that's 2 and a third hours. Alright, so that's the answer right there, 2 and a third hours. Now, the more intuitive way would say, okay, so we start at 8:45. Well, okay, 8:45 to 9:45 is 1 hour. 9:45 to 10:45 is 2 hours. So that's 2 hours. So by the time you reach to 10:45, 2 hours has expanded. But then if you add 15 minutes, it'll be 11. And if you add 5 minutes, then it'll be 11:05. So that's how you get 2 hours and 20 minutes, just by doing it in your head. Okay? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Petite, I sent it to you,
I see.
but I kind of tempted, so you might have to.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, they.
I was doing it all weekend, so I was trying to tempt.
Yeah, these. I don't know if they're right.
No, we could do them now. I already watch videos and learn, so now you know.
Okay, so that's that. All right.
You could. I don't know if you could cover my answers to put it up. I could redo it.
I don't know. I can.
Yeah.
For sure, I can. Yeah, I can. I feel like I just feel like I have these somewhere. But anyway, Mr. Roll then had a 55-minute lunch break. At what time did his lunch break end? We didn't even need no minutes for that. That's just straightforward.
12 o'clock.
12 o'clock.
12 a.m. or
AM.
p.m.?
PM.
PM.
That makes a difference. That makes a difference. Don't not just put 12 o'clock. All right, please. All right, so 12 p.m. Or you can say 12 midday. But make sure if you're using the regular standard clock, make sure put your AM or PM. All right. All right. Next up, we have the following. All right. This is a nice question. A power formula. Oh, a powerboat in a Formula 2 race has an average speed of 165 kilometers per hour. Calculate the distance in kilometers that the boat traveled in a race of 1 hour, 1 2/3 of an hour. The time has begun right now. 1 minute.
I get 110.
110 kilometers. Okay.
275 km.
275
I got 275 km.
Ricardo. I haven't heard from you. Floyd.
I got 275.
275. Okay. Y'all think Miss Cooper coming today? All right. That's time. Okay. So you want the distance.
I got like 363.
363. Okay. All right. So remember, speed equals distance times time. Okay. And so the distance is going to be the speed multiplied by the time. So distance in this case is going to be equal to 165 km times, we could definitely put the km, times 1 and 2/3 hours. And so, why I say this? Oh yeah, we're in distance. So yeah, distance is speed times time. Okay, good. So this is going to be equal to 165 over 1 times, change it into mixed number. So I enter improper fraction. So 1 times 3 is 3 plus 2 is 5/3. 165 times 5 equals to, what is that?
275.
25 and divide that by 3, and so we get 275 kilometers. Okay, so that's the correct answer. So kudos to those who said that. Mr. Bethel, how you got 3 something?
Well,
Mm-hmm.
3.
Ah,
I
go ahead.
I put 3 times 2. Then I got 6 for the numerator.
Oh, oh, no. Three. Oh, you changed it in a proper fraction or?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. Boy, if Miss Cooper saw that, she would have been on you. All right. All right. So let's do the next one. And so we want the time in minutes to travel a lap of 5.5 kilometers. All right. 1 minute to do that.
I get 2 minutes.
You got 2 minutes. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I got 2 minutes.
Okay. All right. All right. All right. That's time. Anyone else?
No, I can convert the mixed fraction.
Mr. Petit.
Go ahead.
Uh, so we supposed to use 5.5 as a distance, right?
Yes. Yes.
And 165 that's a speed, right?
Yes. So that's still same as speed. Yeah.
But I get different answer though.
That doesn't mean you're wrong. Nancy just
Regular
suggested.
place? Yeah.
Nancy just suggested an answer. She could be wrong. All right. Speed equals distance. What is
Telling you, I don't even know if that's right. I
I
just say
know.
2 minutes.
I
I
know.
get
So
30. I get
0.033 recurrent 3.
All right.
I got 2 minutes. I don't know.
So we know the time, right? According to the formula. So this is a very important formula to know. Keep it in mind. The speed triangle. Know it by heart. Um, Time is distance over speed, right? And so we know that the distance definitely is going to be 5.5 kilometers, right? And of course, the speed.
You want us to write this, Mr. Petit?
I just did that.
No.
Yeah, I told you to do B.
I mean, write it.
Oh, write it. I mean, if you find it
Yeah.
beneficial that you want to write it, or you take a screenshot, whatever one. So, 5.5 km divided by the speed, which is 165 kilometers per hour. So you could take a screenshot or write it. And this is going to be equal to, well, if we divide 5.5 by 165, we get 0. We get 0.033, and of course the recurring 3. Now this is going to be, certainly this is going to be hours, okay? But the question, I believe, asks us for minutes. That's what I believe. Let's see. The question said, oh, the question is in minutes. Okay, so that's the problem, right? How do we convert that into minutes, right? And so what we have to do is, let's go to this. So what we got 0.033 recurring. What I would do is I wouldn't bother to deal with this, because look, we know that 1 hour. So if we're doing hour, and minutes, right? We know that 60 minutes, so it's 1 hour equals to what? 60 minutes. And so that means that if we have 55, sorry, 0.5 divided by 165. If we have that in hours, the question is how much minutes would that be? And so what you simply have to do really is just multiply this by 60 to get it into minutes. So take this, right, and multiply it by 60. So what we have is 5.5 divided by 165 multiplied by 60, and that gives us what? That gives us
2 minutes.
2 minutes. So 5.5 times 160 is 330, and 330 divided by 165 is what? 330 divided by 165, that's 2. So 2 minutes indeed is correct. Very good, Nancy. So if we have something, we want to convert it into, if we have hours, we want to convert it to minutes, right? We have to multiply it by 60. Because 1 hour is 60 minutes, right? And so that's how we determine that. All right, any questions on this before we go? No?
If I know it now, I ain't gonna know it by tomorrow, so I ain't got no question.
All right. Oh, yeah, I just multiply it by 60.
After you got this, man. What are you? Trust me, you got this.
You better get it.
Yeah, I'll get it eventually. Oh, life goes on.
But you didn't understand that? What we just did?
I mean, I did get 120
120.
No, I didn't
because
understand that.
I thought the 2 was 2 hours. I convert the hours in minutes.
Oh my goodness. I don't understand you in maths,
I'll get the points for working. So.
I don't understand you in maths.
One of them said they didn't understand Mr. Potato, so I think you may have to
Redo it?
One of them said it.
Who say they don't understand?
No, I didn't understand it, but now I got it.
Oh, and now you get it. Okay.
Yeah, 5.5, and then you multiply it by 60. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So if you have hours to get it into minutes, you multiply the 60. You multiply by 60, right? But if you have minutes and you're trying to get the hours, you have to divide by 60.
Yeah, I know that, but I mean, I know it was in a fraction.
Yeah, it's confusing, I know. And then
Yeah.
plus 2, what also made it kind of weird is because when you divided, you got a recurring decimal. So you're like, oh boy, what to do with that, you know? But you just multiply it by 60 to get your answer. To get it into minutes.
Yeah, I did that, but I didn't know if that was a 2 minutes or 2 hours. That's the problem.
Ah, okay. Yeah, well, at least now you know.
Still don't know.
What you mean you don't know?
When I put it in my calculator, I could determine if that's minutes or hours, because it's just saying 2.
No, I mean, of course. I mean, I'm saying now you know.
Yeah, so I love to use your method for
Oh,
the cross-reference thing
what you
to
mean?
determine if it's minutes or hours. Like
Um,
having the ratio.
yes. So what happens is, obviously the kilometers cancel and the hours stay. So this answer would definitely be in hours, as is, right? But now you, since you know this is hours, and it's just a matter of changing hours to minutes. You know what I'm saying? Hello?
Yeah, but you have to times that answer by 60, right?
Yeah, this answer by 60, yes. To get it into minutes.
And that's two.
Mm-hmm. And that'll be 2 minutes.
Well, wouldn't that be 2 hours? Because it's hours remaining.
No, no, no. It wouldn't be 2 hours because this already in hours. But when you multiply it by 60, you changing it now. You converting the hours to minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what you did. Um, Now, if they ask for the answer in hours, right, then we would leave it as 0.03 hours, right? But they ask for the answer in minutes specifically. And so that's where the challenge comes there.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Cassandra needs to determine the weight of her two dogs, Mimi and Mitzi. However, neither dog will sit on the scale by herself. Cassandra, Mimi, and Mitzi together weigh 175 pounds. Cassandra and Mimi together weigh 143 pounds. Cassandra and Mitzi together weigh 139 pounds. Calculate the weight of Mitzi.
I hate question like
I
this.
think
Oh, it's easy.
Mitzi would be.
Easy.
Mitzi would be.
Easy questions, Papa. The question is
Mitzi
how
I
would
many
going
be.
with
answers?
Mitzi would
32.
be 30. Mitzi would be 32, and then what's the next dog name?
Maybe?
Mimi.
Mimi. Mimi would be. Hold on. Let's see. Mimi would be. I think 36. 'cause
36.
I agree. 32
and
32.
for
32, 36, and then hold on.
All right.
Like,
What is that? What
Oh,
is
got
that?
that.
How you get that?
um
Wait,
I
You
get
right?
don't
I
32.
tell him, don't tell him
subtract
yet, don't tell
one.
him yet,
I
don't tell him yet,
subtract.
don't tell him yet.
Uh
The
I
timer,
Oh,
got
okay.
32. I
the
got
timer. Wait, don't
36 and
don't
I
say nothing
got
yet, don't say nothing yet.
7.
The timer.
Don't say my answers.
Oh, okay, you just saying the answers.
Oh, yes, sir. I got 32, 36, and 87. No, no, the last one. Do not take that answer. Do
Okay.
not. I finish.
All right. That's time. Alicia, how
I
you got
got.
how you got your answers?
I subtract 175. That's the total weight from Cassandra and Mini weight, and then from Cassandra and Mitzi weight. That's how I got the 32 and the 36.
Yeah,
I ain't do the other one yet.
yeah, very good, very good.
The last one I got one. No, this is why are the calculations? It's calculator triple note. I got 107 for C.
107. Okay, 107.
Same. I got 107. I got 107 too.
Okay. Ricardo, you understand why they did why they did that?
So I see. For the 175 minus 143
Mm-hmm.
for part A.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let me see question B, please.
Wait up, Mimi. So for Mitzi, right? Like was said before, if we want to find out the weight of Mitzi, right? We know that all three of them together it's 175, right? And we know that Cassandra and Mimi, right? is 143. So that means that Mitzi is left over. That means Mitzi is not there. So if we subtract these two, right? If we subtract these two, that would give us the weight of the dog who is not there. So that would give us the weight of Mitzi. Okay. And so, I mean, you can imagine like a pie, right? So, so we have one part for Mitzi, we have one part for Mimi, and you have one part for Cassandra. So altogether, that pie would equal to 175, right? But if we take out, right, if we take out Cassandra, and if we take out Mimi, right, then we are left with what? Just Mitzi, okay? And so that's what exactly what we do. Once we know the weight of Cassandra and Mimi, once we take that out from the general total, what we be left with is we be left with Mitzi. So the idea is that Mitzi is going to be equal to 175 minus 143. So yeah, minus 143. And that gives us 32. And if you want to find the weight of Mimi, that would be what?
175
Yeah,
minus the category with the opposite person.
Minus 139.
139. Yes, sir. I give you 36.
So 175 minus 139. This gives us 36 indeed. Good. And so Mitzi weighs 32. Mimi weighs 36. Interesting names, by the way.
Then you just add those two together and then subtract it from 175.
Yeah, so to get the weight of Cassandra, we'll just say 175 minus, because that's the total of all three of them in there, minus the weight of Mitzi, which is 30 what 2, I believe, and the weight of Mimi is 36. So it's gonna be equal to 175 minus
68 minus 68.
32 plus 36 is 68. So 175 minus 68.
107.
That's 107. 107. And so that's the weight of Cassandra. Definitely bigger than. Definitely has more weight than those two dogs. All right, so let's continue. All right, complete the following questions. So these are conversion questions. 1 minute for question A, I, and I, triple I. The time has begun.
You want us to do a 3?
Yeah.
So that's 3 minutes?
No. That's all you're doing is multiplying and dividing. That's it.
I got 5.4 for the first one.
5.4 for the first one, okay. The second one. Right, that's time. Okay, so anyone else for the first one?
I got 5.4 for the first one. For the second one, I got 3 350.
350. Okay.
And then for the last one, I got 6.85 m.
6.85. Okay. All right. So we're moving from here. We're moving from a, because this is ml to L. So we're moving from a smaller unit to a bigger unit. And so we already know that the operation here is going to be, if we're moving from small to big, we're going to divide the two. And so knock him down, Larry. Don't commit murder. And so we're moving from ML to L. So that's 1, 2.
Miss Liberty, could you write that in a different color? Because that's really blurry. Like,
Oh, you can't see that.
I can't, yeah, I can't make out your letters.
Okay, my apologies. Okay, so we're moving from small to big, and so it's gonna be knock him down, Larry. Don't commit murder. So we're moving from 1, 2, 3. So from milliliters to liters. So that's 3 times we moved. So 3 zeros and a 1 in front. So we're going to be dividing by 1,000. And dividing by 1,000 is easy because all you got to do is move the decimal point 3 times. And so we're moving it 3 times. It's going to be 1, 2, 3. And so that means that we have 5.4. Of course, we could include the 0, 0. Right, we can. But that's still the same thing as 5.4. So the answer is 5.4 liters. Any answers for this one?
I got 350.
350.
I got the same thing.
350, okay. Here we're moving from big to small, right? And so here we're gonna multiply for sure. Because if you're moving from big to small, you multiply. Knock him down, Grammy. Don't commit murder. And so I'm moving from grams to milligrams, so that's 1, 2, 3. So we move 3 times, so 3 zeros, and place the 1 in front. So we are going to be multiplying by 1,000. So that's, multiplying by 1,000 is also easy because all you got to do is move the decimal point. So that's going to be, oh, no, it's not that. It's 0.35. That's going to be 1, 2, and 3. We place the 0 here, so that's going to be equal to 350. So here is 350 mg. And for this last one,
6.85.
6.85. That's what someone said. They got 6.85. So we have this one, knock him down, minister, don't commit murder. So we're moving from centimeters to meters. So we're moving from a smaller unit to a bigger unit. So that's from small to big. So we know we have to divide. And so, centimeters, so you're going to move 1, 2. So we move twice. So that's 2 zeros, 1 in front of it. So we're dealing with 100. So we're going to divide rather by 100. And so 685, let's move that decimal point twice. So it was here, so 1, 2. So it's going to be equal to 6.85. That's 6.85. So that's our answer here. 6.85 meters. Any questions on those? Hopefully you're good with the conversions because that's important.
Mr. Batik,
Yes, sir.
the question B, that's conversion too?
Yeah, question B is also conversion, so let's do that.
All right.
60 seconds. The time has begun. Oh, sorry, Nancy, I'm supposed to read it. But
Don't worry about it. I didn't read it.
okay, that's good.
I believe it too. I got 60 with B.
You get 60, okay. Oh, so y'all going ahead. Y'all playing smart.
I agree with 60 packages though.
60 packages.
Yeah, the word packages gotta be.
Included, eh?
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's time. All right, so anyone else? Nancy says 60. One says 60 as well. Anyone else? No? Okay, so let's continue. So, Mr. Bethel, are you here?
Yes.
Oh, okay. It's kind of quiet.
I get 60.
You get 60? Okay.
60 packages.
Okay. All right. 60 packages. All right. All right. So,
I hate these word questions, man. You just gotta read them 3 times to understand.
yeah. Indeed.
Well, at least you gotta understand after 3 times.
Oh my goodness.
Some people, no matter how much time they read it, they don't understand.
Mr. Bethel, please don't be so despondent, okay? All right.
That's how I feel about biology.
I know, right? Yeah, it's like opposite sides of the pole. All right. So, Java Coffee Bean Shop purchases coffee beans in bags of 3.2 kilograms. Right. The shop then sells this coffee in packages of 220 grams. Calculate the number of packages that can be filled from one bag of coffee beans. All right, so one bag of coffee beans is going to contain, um, uh, if we have one bag of coffee beans, that's 13.2 kilograms. Okay. Um, so if we have this big bag of, coffee beans, 13.2 kilograms is this big bag of coffee beans, and so we have this bag of coffee beans, and its weight is 13.2 um you know kilograms, and from this bag of coffee beans that has these different coffee beans in them, whatever, just a bunch of coffee beans there. We're going to make smaller packages, right? So from this big one, we're going to make smaller packages, and each of the small packages that we make, right, is going to be 220 grams. So each of these smaller ones that we make is going to be, 220 grams. So saying like how much of these we actually could make, right? How much of these smaller ones we could actually make, right? Now the thing is that this one is in grams and this one is in kilograms. Okay, so the first thing that I would do, I would convert 13.2 kilograms into grams. So 13.2, right, kilograms, right, equals to 13.2 times, because we're moving from a big unit to a smaller unit, so we have to multiply, times what? Because we're going from grams to kilograms.
By
Times 1,000.
Times 1,000, yeah. That's going to give us how much grams we need. And 13.2 times 1,000 is what?
13.
You're not using a calculator though. You're not using a calculator, right?
No, I just do the thing and we go back with a decimal.
So it's going to be what?
I learned that after 13, comma 2 0 0.
Good. All right, so that's that. And then, okay, and then we need to take this because there's so much in this big bag, right? There's so much of them inside this big bag. And so we need to take this and we need to divide it by
220.
Yeah, so 13,200 divided by
220.
20 equals.
That we may have to punch in the calculator. So
Certainly.
I'm gonna do that and say 60.
Yeah, sure. 60 packages. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. 60 packages. All right, any questions from this? So we can move on from this question.
I think so. I don't know about everyone else.
Okay. So I think we good. All right. It's another good one. The diagram shows a sector of a circle with an angle of 90 degrees and a radius of 10 centimeters. A segment of the circle is shaded. Excuse me. Calculate the area of the triangle. All right, that should be easy. So do the two one time. So calculate the area of the triangle and calculate the area of the sector of the circle. Right, so 60 seconds on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Taking scroll back up, bless.
Scroll back up. You have everything that you need. But it's there.
Can you tell me the formula for a sector of a circle again?
Zero.
Oh,
A for B, if you tell me the formula,
y'all know
please.
Y'all know it because y'all been studying. And y'all are good students. Theta over 360 times pi r squared.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, are we good or we need more time?
I got for A 50 MC squared. For B I got 78.5 MC squared. I don't know if B right because the formula you say it so fast I just write but I think I hear.
Okay. Anyone else?
I only got A so far, 50 centimeters squared. I doing B now.
All right.
I got 50 for A.
So 50 for A. All right. So for this one, there's different
I
formulas.
agree with B.
Okay. There's different formulas for a circle, the area of a triangle. So the first one is the regular we learned from grade 1, right? Base times height divided by 2. That's a typical area of a triangle formula. We also know another one, which is half of. Anyone can remember this one? The second one we learned.
Base times
Base times
height.
height.
No, half of AB sine
Hmm?
theta. I don't act like y'all never seen this before. This is the
I familiar with the first one.
yeah, we did the first one and the second one in this class. Um, thank God I do recordings, boy. But the first one and the second one we have done. Now the problem with the second one, we can't use this in this case because, well, or can we? I mean, we could, because AB sine theta, but it's really go through too much. We don't need to do that one. Better we use base times height, right? And because they give us the height, right? And the way how they give us the height is because we know that this is the radius of the circle. And so if we were to like extend this circle outwardly, right, like so, right? And if this is the radius, and if this is 10, right, then this also must be what? This also must be what?
10.
10. Yeah, so that's 10. And so that's how we can find the heights and we can find the base. All right. Okay, so area of the triangle. So area of triangle. I'm going to do shorthand. Please write it out in the actual exam though. Area of the triangle equals to base times height. So that's 10 centimeters multiplied by 10 centimeters divided by 2. We get 100 centimeters squared divided by 2, which is, of course, 50 centimeters squared. Okay, and so for those who got 50, kudos to you. Very good for that one.
For B, I get 157.
Yeah, 157. Okay.
I got 78.5.
78.5 is what she said. Oh, I figured.
I think one I'm getting it right though. Yeah, because mine's in.
Okay, is this not just a little correction on this formula? It's sine C, capital C. Okay, so yeah, we could have do this. We could have used this formula too. If we want me to show you how to use this formula, or y'all fine?
What's a big dual plus?
Okay, so well, it would be a half. A is 10, so that's 10. times B is 10 times sine C. Now sine C, if this is A and this is B, then this is C. But we want capital C, so capital C is the angle in here. So that's sine of 90. We know that sine of 90 is equal to
1.
1. And so it's just for 10 times 10, which is 100, divided by 2, which is still 50. Right, so that's how we could do that one.
Mr. D,
Uh-huh.
how did you figure out the height was 10?
How did I figure out the height was 10?
Yeah.
Okay, because they tell us that the radius is 10. So the radius, this right here is the radius, right? But this is also a radius too, because this side is also a radius too, because the radius is just from the center of the circle to an edge. And so this is a radius, and this one is also a radius. So if this is 10, then the other one must also be 10 as well.
Okay.
All right, so that's that. Now, for area of the sector of the circle, like I said, I wonder if they have that formula. I doubt it. But for area of the sector of the circle, the formula is theta divided by 360 multiplied by pi r squared, where theta is the given angle. Okay, and so theta in this case would be what?
90.
Ready?
Me?
Because of the
Angle.
because of the box shape. So it is 360 multiplied by pi is what? 3.14 in this case. And r squared is simply 10 squared. Alright, so it's going to be equal to, there's multiple ways we could do it. We know that 90 over 360 is a 4. Multiply that by 3.14 times 100, which we know is a 4 times 3.14, move that twice, 314, and 314 times 1 is 314, and then we have to divide that by 4, and we get what? 78.5 centimeters squared.
So Nancy was right then.
Yeah, she was right.
So you don't take it off. Hold on.
No problem. Any questions on my multiplication? I mean, any questions at all? Let me know. Don't be shy. Yes, no, maybe. I guess that means y'all are okay. C. Quickly do C for me. That just deserves 30 seconds. You don't need to take long time for that. Go ahead, do C for me.
I get 28.5.
28.5.
I get 28.5.
MC squared.
Why are you saying MC?
Oh, see, M squared. You see, oh, I'm so sorry. I was watching this thing on Netflix, right? And it called MC squared.
That's the problem.
Oh, sorry, I'm so sorry.
That's the problem. I hope not in my class.
Blame Netflix. Blame Netflix, not me.
I blame Nancy. I see she's saying MC, and it sounds smart because I think there was a formula. Now I think this way Bethel could help. Isn't there a formula like MC squared, something like that, from Albert Einstein?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I know.
Boy, that would wake you up. Anything with chemistry, physics, bio, that'll wake him right up. All right.
Well, you should go watch MC squared. It's a nice little mystery. Sorry.
Oh, E equals MC squared.
Yeah, E equals MC squared. Yeah, that's a powerful formula, bro.
I remember when I used to know what that means, but not no more.
You know, right?
I know it's sometimes the speed of light squared energy equals mass times speed of light squared or something like that.
Okay. Yeah. So, all that's being said, what's the answer? I think Nancy said 28.
28.5.
All right. So the idea is that we have to subtract, right? So it's straightforward because look at this. This is okay, so it's imagine a sector of the circle. So this is a sector of a circle here. That's the entire sector of the circle, right? So all of this, right, is equal to how much? What's the area of all of this? That's why
28. I mean 78.
78.5.
0.5.
Yeah. And the idea is that we have a triangle inside there, right? And this triangle is taking up some space. So this triangle is taking up this part, right? The same part right here, which is, we know, 50, right? And so the idea is that if we want to know what is the area of say this green part, right? This green area, right, which they call the shaded side. If we want to know the area of this green one, right, all we need to do is essentially pull out, right? Pull out, take away, subtract, take away 50 from the general, what? 78.5. That's the idea. And so, yeah. And so that's why we subtract. So it's going to be 78.5 minus 50, which is going to give us easily 28.5 centimeters squared. That's the area of this shaded region. So, major takeaway, you must know the formula. Please memorize this. Area of a sector of a circle.
Wouldn't that be at the top of the paper?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Let's see if they give it this.
Paper one come with formulas. I never saw it.
That's what I thought these questions would come like on paper too or something.
Yeah, that's what I was asked. I believe what I thought too.
They're what? They're difficult?
I mean, not really, but that formula.
Paper one just rocked my brain. I
Paper steroids, Mr. Budi.
Yeah, it was that's paper one. I expected little 1, 2, easy. Walk in the park. That's a run in the park.
Bgcse stuff, like
That's a run in the park. No man, I righteous. So what?
Apparently we only have area of triangle. I just put these here to be cute, you know, like
they like man.
No one. No.
I just said that you I was on mute.
No, they put it there to take up space, man. They ain't trying to help us.
That's all. But hey, I mean, let's be honest. They do help you all in the paper 3 formula section. No, I ain't gonna lie.
They give us formulas. They don't put a manual on how to apply it.
Then they give you the exam. All right. In a survey, people were asked which 3 of the newspapers they read. The incomplete one. I can't stop. Oh wow, the fact that you say that on the recording. Oh my goodness. He doesn't mean that people in the universe.
I agree with him though.
No, he
Very righteous.
No, what he meant to say is that they are very critical examiners
Unbelievable.
who want to challenge us and want to see the best for us. That's what he meant to
They
say.
don't want
That's what he meant to say.
parts.
All right, in a survey, people were asked which of the 3 papers they read. The incomplete table shows the results of this survey. So calculate the angle representing the sun. All right, so you have 1 minute. The time
100.
has begun.
Mr. T.
Well, I guess since it's that easy, just do the press as well then. So do the press and
70.
I have a question, Miss
press
Liberty.
and yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
So you see, like, okay, could you look at the protractor to find this answer? I'm just asking, please. I know it sounds stupid. I just asking.
Ask me that 30 seconds after. 30 seconds after. In 30 seconds.
Okay.
Mr. T, the reason I said my answer so quickly is because I see that's a pattern because in the daily you could see that it's 16 and it's then it's 120. So obviously you would multiply, and then if it's people you just would divide. So I figured it was but it's a pattern, so there's nothing to really calculate.
All right, that's time. For the true way to do it, right? The true way to do it.
My question is so stupid. Please edit that out, Miss Liberty.
No, it's not. It's not stupid.
Yes, it is.
No,
Please edit that out.
it's not stupid.
Mr. T,
Go ahead.
I was thinking like
Uh-huh.
50 divided by 100 times 360.
Okay. For the sun, the angle representing
Yeah,
the sun. Let me
but
do all that. The
I think
angle
around though.
the angle representing the sun. So, well,
100.
they kind of gave it away because look, we know that this is. I mean, if we look at because what we essentially doing is we essentially making a complete turn, right? And so basically, daily is 120. So let's say daily is here, right? The sun is 140. So let's say the sun carries, say this. And this one, let's call it X, is why I say the sun? I mean the press. The press is 140. So the press is 140, right? The daily is how much?
120.
120.
120, right? And so the question is how much would the sun be, right? So it goes without saying that we'd what? Subtract 360 and
Minus it
from
from
120
plus 140.
plus 140. So in terms of working, this is what they're expecting, all right? I wouldn't go the pattern route, Nancy, because I don't trust that route. You know, it's not a route that we could use in general. All right. And so 120 plus 140. Indeed, we 120 plus one. If we do the whole subtraction thing, we end up getting 100. All right. And so definitely this is 100. Okay, so that's 100. So then there's that. The number of people who who read. So we got that because we know that the sum of the angles would be 360. For the press, we want the number of people who read the press. So well, the number of people who read the press would be, say, we want the number of people, and so, well, I just
Would
put
it be 70?
it would be 70. How you got 70 though?
I put 50 over 100 and I multiply it by 140.
50 over 100? Why use 50? Remember, we on the press.
Because 50 is the people who have the sun.
I don't understand that.
You don't understand that?
Mm-mm. Why would you
So
use?
what?
No, not. I'm saying I don't understand
I
why.
confused.
I don't understand why you use 50.
I could have used 62 and then I put 70.
Okay, explain. Okay, say it why. Tell me why. Go ahead.
I just guessing it, Mr. T.
Oh, you just guessing. Okay. I thought there was a methodical way.
Reasoning.
Yeah. Well, the idea is that we know that 140 represents the angle for the press. All right, and so the idea here is that we have to take the 140, right? With the put it over. I want to guess if we could put it over
360, right?
360. And the reason why we use 360 because that's the amount of the total number, or the total. That's the total, the full total of angles that we have, right? That's the sum of all the angles. And so 140 divided by 360, when I multiply that by
100.
no.
120.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Buti, I got 70 a different way, by the way.
So much different way to get 70.
Yeah, so much different ways to get 70.
Yeah, I did mine's the 180 way, because if the other side is 360, the opposite side, if it's divided by 2, it should be 180.
I do mine and answer way. I go on with the pattern.
You're going with the pattern. Okay.
I see everything
It's
is
half.
half the degrees.
Hold on, I already know it's a pattern, though.
Because 60 is half of
It's-
120, and 50 is half of 100.
Okay. Yeah.
But notice this is for 3 points. You can't just put 140 divided by 2. Right?
No, I add 60 plus 50, and I minus it from 180, and I got 70.
Mm-mm.
One ways work too, though.
Okay, explain what one way of saying. Go ahead.
One way is you could use one of the daily or the sun and compare it to the press.
Okay, explain that. What do you mean?
So you put, like, say, 120 over 60 times multiplied by 140 over x and cross multiply.
I don't understand why that would make sense. I don't understand why.
But it work though.
No, I mean it work here, but does it work in general? See, we can clearly see a pattern here, right? But
That's what I don't know. I don't know if it work in general.
that's the thing. So we need to find something that works in general, right? That's the best thing that we could do. Did they tell us how much though? That's the question. Did they tell us? That's the very important question. In the survey,
They never tell us how much.
people were asked. My goodness, that's a lot. Of course they wouldn't do that. We know that it's 140. The only thing we're missing is that. You know, they'll give us the fraction. All right, so the idea here is that if we know, so we have 140 divided by 360, right? And if we multiply that by some number, let's just call it x. I don't want to call it x, let's just call it p, because x look too much like p. That'll give us some number. Let's just call it A, right? So A is going to be, P is the total. So P is the total, that's the total number of people who read the newspaper, right? And A is going to be equal to how much is for the press, right? So how much people, so people who read the press. So the problem we have in, right, is that we have two variables. So we have in P, which is the total that we don't know. So we don't know what the total is from this. If we knew the total, then we could have, find what, we could have multiplied the total by this fraction, and then we would get this angle here. Not this angle, but we would get this amount, right? I mean, the partner idea doesn't work.
I punched your thingum in the 140 over 360 times 180 and I got 70. So, but I don't know how would you come about
Yeah,
to from
why
get it from P to
why 180 is that's the question. So 60 plus
um
50 plus say 70.
I say half because the sequence was giving me half, so I was going to use times 360, but then because the other side is, you could see that all of them are divided by the angle, I divided 360 as well, because let's say if we have like a bottom total, right, where we put like, let's say we put a total everything together, the angle part would add up to like automatically making it 360. So if we try to get that like a total number of people, and if it's half, we'll know that okay, it's going to be 180 because it's half.
Oh, I think I know how to do it now. Okay, good. All right, so we have to use. Oh yeah, that makes so much sense. We have to use either one of these. So we could use either the daily or the sun. Because remember, if we look at our formula, right, we have two things missing. We're missing the total, and of course, obviously, we're missing how much the press actually is. So to find the total, what we need to do is we need to say, okay, 60, not 60, not 60. We need to say we know that 120 divided by 360 multiplied by the total, which we call P, right, is going to give us 60. We know that. The reason why we know that is because we know that the number of people for daily is 60, right? And so if we do the fraction multiplied by the total, we're going to get how much number of people it is, right? And so if we kind of sort of rearrange this thing, we could actually get what P is. But let's first simplify. So 120 divided by 360, convert that to a decimal. I think that's the best thing to do. So 120 divided by 360 is what? 0.33? Okay, so let's leave it as 1 over 3 then. Multiplied by P is going to be equal to 60. What is P times 1? P times 1 is P, and that's over 3. So this is going to be equal to 60 over 1. So 3 times 60 times 1 times P is equal to 3 times 60, which is 180. So that's how we know for sure that the total number of people is 180, right? Good. So seeing that we know that the total number of people is 180, we go back to this. And so we say now 140 divided by 360 multiplied by P, which is 180 in this case, should give us what the number of people for press is, right? And so, we can we can perform our multiplication here. Let's cancel out. So this 0 goes with that 0. We are left with 14 over 36 multiplied by 18 over 1. So it's going to be equal to
That's gonna be 140.
14 times 18 is what? That's 232 divided by 36. It's going to be equal to what? About 7, but 7 is not right. Something is wrong. 3 times 6.
50, I guess 6.444.
140 divided by 3.
So how you manage to get 14 though?
Oh, 140. Thank you. That's the problem. So 140 multiplied by 18 is 2525. So 25
Yes, 70.
20. And if you divide 2520 by 36, then it's 70. So this is the way how we do it in general, right? This way would always work. And this is the way that they're expecting because this thing's 3 points. So obviously they're not looking for a one-step answer. So the first thing you have to do is you have to find what the total is. Then once you get the total is, you can use that total to find what the number of people for press is. Okay, so that's the idea. Any questions on this before I go?
So you're saying that total thing work with the two? With the 60 and 120 and the 50 and 100?
Yeah. So if we do 50 over 100, so if we do 100 over 360, multiply that by 180, we could get 50. If you do 140 divided by 360, multiply that by 180, we could get 70. So the total is important, and the total is 180. Once we get that total, we can do a fraction of the total, because that's exactly what the number of people is, a fraction of the total. And that's what it is, a fraction of the total.
So we can do English at 8 o'clock, right?
No, we're supposed to be because 2 hours for English and 2 hours for math. So we should be on English now. I didn't even see the time. Thank you. Because if we begin English at 8, we have to stop at 10. But we want to stop at 9 o'clock. So, yeah. Any questions on this?
I'll stick with the intuition where you get my 2 points.
But see, this
So better. I'll get your way.
Oh, my way?
Yeah. You got the same
I follow
answer,
the
right?
pattern. I just follow the pattern. It showed.
Yeah.
Like everything is by half, so I get my half.
Oh.
Well, I guess if you do it that way, you get half points.
At least you get half
So
points.
it's the full part. The full part. You do the halfway, you get the half points.
But see, the thing is this. What I'm saying is that this is the type of question that it would usually be in, like a pie chart. So what I just did just now is, in general, how we do the pie chart questions. That's how we always do them, right? We put the fraction, we put the degree over 360, and we multiply it by the total. That's how we always do it for the pie chart questions. And so the only problem is we just didn't have the total this time. And so I just call that some variable, and I solve for it, and then I use it to find the number of people. So if you understand, and that's why I'm afraid for you just to look at it by intuition, because they might not put it in a chart form. They might just put it in a pie chart form. You know what I mean? And so then how would you do it?
What was the answer, Press?
The answer was 70. Yeah.
So, Mr. Badig,
Yes, sir.
we have to use a protractor to plug the answers in.
Okay, for this one, you have to use a protractor. In this particular question, rarely do they ask you to use a protractor to finish this off. So here they give you 120, and so they need you to draw in 140 and 100. Okay, so that's what they want you to do there.
So, I'll start off like put the protractor on 120.
Well, let's do it. This could be our final question for tonight for this. I don't know what happened to this paper one. It's just on steroids for real.
You sure that's paper one, Mr. Badig?
That's paper one. I am not.
Pretty fast tomorrow.
I'll be one like this tomorrow, cause boy, I know.
Mr.
Hey,
Mateo,
hey,
that's
paper
fine.
three.
If it's like this tomorrow, can I call you to we could swap? I could teach and you could
I know, right?
you could do my I could teach your class and you could just sit the exam for me. You could do that.
Just give me some wigs. Yeah, so that's the thing, right? Okay, YouTube, we're just joking, okay? We're just joking, right? We're just joking. No reason to call the LAPD on us.
Man, I just want to get my C and be done with this, man. Stressful, dog.
No, man, come on, man. Man, we shouldn't have done this paper one 2016 because this one is difficult, but
That's
hey,
too advanced. I mean, not really.
not really. I mean, now this is what I'd recommend. If don't spend your life on one question. If you find that you don't understand it like that, move on. Move on quickly. Come back. All right. That's the perfect way to do it. You don't want to spend too much time dealing with one question. If you feel like you can't get it, the first go, and you ain't see no way out, like go, move on. No question should leave you there for 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Right? No. You should just look at it. Yes, ma'am.
Is it even possible to get an A? Because I was striving to get an A, but after the day, my motivation just shrunk.
Is it possible to get it? Of course, it's possible to get it.
My motivation was like on 100 for math. Now it's on 8%. So
It's possible to get an A.
you think so?
Yeah, let's look at the rest of the paper. First of all, this Mitzi question was a piece of cake.
That's the easiest one.
The symmetry, nice. The simplification, nice. The remainder thing, all you need to do is remember that the remainder is the last thing. This one, just square the thing. This one is straightforward. So and then the ratio questions was good too.
So I just overthinking then.
Elapsed time was fine. The only real tough one, I can be honest, was this. The only one that really had us thinking was this. Because you needed to know that formula thing. This one is mean, median, and mode. Come on, like it doesn't get easier.
That's simple. Yeah.
Yeah, and then this one is, of course,
They quite
easy.
Yeah,
They easy.
Yeah, we should be able to deal with this. The next
Mr.
one,
Mateo,
yes, ma'am.
you see
Easy too.
the mean, median, and mode, right? You see how it have 8.5. Could I convert that to like 8.5 to make it easier?
Yeah, for sure, you can.
Okay, just ask.
And then after that, we have, come on, we have basic wage. You know what I mean? Regular hours, overtime. You know, and then and that's the end of the paper.
So you think I got paper one in the bag then?
Yeah, I think the only real problem was this question.
All right, so all this could get an 8 more, I think.
I believe so, at least on paper one.
So paper 1 and 2 come in the same day or no?
No, on the same day. On the same day.
Let's all pray for each other, guys, as we go into exams.
For sure.
When two and more are gathered, then I ain't even saying this right.
When two got it, they're buying the bits. So confused.
Oh, something like that. I know it goes something like that.
Boy, one thing with Bahamians, anytime trial tribulation come, boy, they hashanda everything, right?
We praying.
The moment they get that A, they know when who God is, what it is, and then
No, no, no. I give
Jacket
all the
don't be like
time.
that
Out
all
All
to
the
the
them.
time.
time.
God is not
In
playing.
the good, in the good and the bad.
yeah.
Thank you. Let them know.
See
Don't give
that? So I
negativity.
witnessed that in real life. I had a coworker who fiance had a fall and he had a brain traumatic injury.
Uh-huh.
And that woman every morning she's praying, calling up church, calling the family. As soon as he come to the hospital, she back on the phone gossiping. Oh, child, this and that. Y'all see how they wanted them to die to get the
What?
inheritance?
What?
Not a one day after that, yeah, I was praying no more.
Mercy. Uh,
All I say like that now. Don't those under the bus like that. Not must take our religion seriously.
real life. 120.
Yeah.
I don't want to do this question because it could take too long, and we have to go to
No, you don't gotta do it. Just show us how to line it up. That's all.
So how to line it up? You would So this is 120. What you could do, because you need 100. Let me. Okay, what I'll do is I'll just draw. Um, I'll just draw. Move this. Let me just draw in a 120 sort of thing, so you could see how I do it. Let's imagine that this is 120. So because it's not 120, but let's imagine that it's 120. Right. So let's say this is 120. The way how you would try to get the 100 is that, well, if we use this line as our, if we use this one as our base, right? Then we know that, look carefully. So if this is our base, this very same line, this is 0, right? Let me zoom in. So this very same line right here is 0. So if we go up, and if we draw a line directly down from 0 all the way up to here would be like 75. So we know that that's not 100 yet. So we need to move it some more, all the way until we reach to 100. Good. So that's 100. So
Okay.
yeah. So this way, this is 100, right? And then we just draw our base right here. See what I'm saying? And so what I'll do is I'll
Okay.
I'll put a line here.
All right, then I understand. Thank you.
Yeah.
Straightforward. So just
So,
put on the line with
Mr.
like
Mati, you
with
always
present
use the
ready.
outside numbers.
Yeah. I mean, you don't always use the. I only use the. Oh, gee, look how bad. Look, I thought that was a ruler. You don't always use the outside numbers. You just use it for this one because of how it oriented. You see what I'm saying? Because
Right.
because we starting from the left. So if we starting from the left, if our base is the left, then we have to use the outer. If your base is the right, you have to use the inner, right? And so, let me not use this. Let me use this. So we'd be here. So that'll be 100 inside here. So if you measure it, right? Remember, we starting from the left because our base is on the left. And so it's from 0 all the way up to 100 right there. Okay? That's 100 there. 0 to 100. Now, if we starting from the right, okay, so if our base is to the right, we'd use the inner. So from 0 all the way to here, that's what, one, no, that's 80. No, we're using the inner. Sorry, we're using the inner. So
That's 105, eh?
yeah, 105. So it's 105 in there. Okay, so in here is 105, and in here is 100. Okay, so this is 100.
Okay.
All right. Anyway, we have
And then automatically we'll get the third one because
then
that's all.
automatically we get the third one, because once we get that straight, that would be good. But I doubt this one coming. They really bring this. It's a surprise. But when I
Never
say
know.
no, I say I doubt the protractor thing. That's what I meant. But the pie chart thing, that's a regular. They like to bring that stuff. But the actual drawing of it is something that I don't see often. But you could get the main, median, and mode stuff. That like they love to bring main, median, mode. You could have these. you know there could be something on percentage, you know that, and something on regular hours work, you know that's always come, and then so expect these ones. Once we know how to do these ones,
At least you know how you purchase on us.
but higher purchase ain't that bad. They make it. They it's possible they could swing it in. And then conversion.
But they always bring that semicircle thing.
Not exactly like this. They might be an area of something. So just revise your area formulas. So it might not just it might not be a sector of a circle. It might be something different. So just revise your area stuff, and then the regular speed, distance, chart on time, ratios, and symmetry they love, and they always bring PEMDAS, and they like these type too. Okay, so yeah. I think it's gonna be a good exam. Like I said, I think what's very important. You notice how much time you have. You don't have a lot. You only have an hour and 30 minutes. So if you find a question that you find difficult, please move on. Like just move on and then come back. Okay, don't spend forever trying to remember it. Okay, because um, as you can see, let's say for example we're going through this paper and we don't know how to do say this question. We spend forever on this, but then what comes right after that, main, median, and mode. So if you spend all your time on this and then main, median, and mode, but you spend all the time on this, and then when the time running out, then you're gonna rush this. So you rushing this, so you're gonna lose out on this points, and you're gonna not get this because you didn't know what to do. And so if you feel like you can't get it, move on to the next question. Find something easier to do. The key is just trying to get as much marks as you can, and then do it over to look for areas where you believe that okay, let me see how to do it again. Right? Everything on the paper, you ain't gonna know. That's just how it is. Everything in the paper, you will not know how to do. But do the ones that you're most familiar with, and then the ones that you're unfamiliar with, then try to feel your way through it. Just try to answer it. Okay, so that's that. Time for language. Which one is first, language or maths tomorrow?
I think language is first.
Okay.
By the way, Mr. T, if you're trying to find the mode or something and two numbers have the same amount of recurrences, like how you would find the mode in that case?
But that means you have two modes, so it's bimodal.
So you put each like
yeah, so
23 and then 16.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's for mode, but for median, obviously for that one you have to divide by add the two numbers and divide by 2.
Yeah.
We got paper 3 is the first one. I don't know which one is that. Is that what, reading comprehension? What is that?
That's reading comprehension type stuff. I can't believe it's 81 degrees Fahrenheit. This thing, right? Can't be that hot.
It is that hot.
Oh, man. 6, 7. No, man. This thing wrong. It's 7:20, almost time for sun to set. All right.
There's no trees blowing at all,
There's no trees blowing. Wrong with two. I got 26. I got 26 degrees Celsius on mine.
No, I mean obviously Celsius and Fahrenheit is gonna be different.
I mean on mine it's saying different.
No, I mean, do you have something for Fahrenheit?
No.
Okay, yeah. Then we can't compare them unless we convert 81 degrees Fahrenheit to.
Just saying, it's that hot.
So 81. Oh, we're saying the same thing for real. About 26. All right. I guess that, but I don't feel that way though. At least outside. What are we doing?
English.
Bgcse.
But see, I need
Just the one with the plenty paragraphs,
a
right?
whole heaven sent prayer.
Yeah.
No way, English is difficult. I don't know how people could.
It's not difficult.
This is
Any of
my
y'all good at
weakest
writing
subject.
speeches?
Speeches. I could do speeches. This is terrible. I hate English.
Mr. Badi,
Yeah.
I was talking to my cousin who also taking the same things as SAS, and she says she picked a picture.
All right,
It's like,
then.
wow. So people do pick them.
Wow.
Yeah, I hear people talking about the pictures like they did
I feel so sorry for them.
I don't know how they could do that.
Genuinely feel sorry for them. Anyway, paper 3, writing comprehension and directed writing. I love it. You have, this is from 9 to 11, so 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Bring in a watch.
Bring in a watch is crazy.
It didn't even that. You have to say indicate it included the 10-minute reading. It took me 20, so I should have figured out.
No, but
if they
they're
had
supposed to
good.
tell you when the 10 minutes up, and then he'll be like 15 minutes past, and he say,
Oh,
"Y'all
we ain't
supposed
doing
to
none of
be in
that.
writing."
We ain't doing none of that.
All right, so dictionaries are not permitted. All right. Okay, so let's.
They are awful to say that. They are terrible people.
So I need readers. Any volunteers? Long distance running.
Speed, and we supposed to like check questions first, see if we can make any notes in the paragraph.
Oh, that's good. That's true. I think that. Yeah, let's read the questions. I hate to do that. I mean this, but I think that's a very good way to start it. What they want us to do according to the
It's the SAT. Oh, that's so long.
according to the article, marathon training occur in. I'll just begin reading. I wanna take double time.
Yeah.
I'll just begin reading. I need readers though. All right, no problem. We could do this. We could do this right. We'll do it by alphabetical order. So Bethel, you go first.
Y'all sure y'all could bear my reading?
Who else? Bethel. We're Bethel. Ricardo is Marriott. I know Marriott. Nancy Joseph. Juan Meadows. So Meadows comes after Marriott.
You know we missing a Forbes, right? We have a Forbes in there.
Oh, his mic don't work. Bethel, Marriott, Meadows, Joseph.
Mr. P, J come before him though.
Yeah, I just listing them off. Can I?
No, leave it in that order. Y'all know this take me a while to see. Leave it in that order.
Alicia Rackley. All right.
I don't like your man.
Listen, this is according. Anyone tell you to have Joseph as your last name? Rackley. All right. Good.
What year is this? I can pull it up.
2016. Okay, so Bethel, Joseph, Marriott, Meadows.
I just stepped out to get a sandwich. What I need last names here for?
Help me read. Okay, so we'll take it paragraph by paragraph. Okay, so we'll just recycle it after every paragraph. Okay. It's a long thing, man. It's a long thing. So Bethel begin the first paragraph. Joseph the second paragraph. Marriott the third. Meadows the fourth. Rackley the fifth, and then recycle. Okay.
You mean okay? Hold on, just to be clear, my paragraphs are not wild, right?
Yeah, at while, yes. Okay, start from the title, Mr. Forbes.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Forbes.
I mean, Mr. Bethel.
Long distance running, is it for you? Question mark. Not many people know that the marathon, a 26.2-mile long race, got its name from the Greek legend of Philadelphus, who in 490 BC ran slightly less than 26 miles from the town of Marathon in Greece to the city of Athens to announce the Athenian army's victory over the Persians. Once Paul Phidip- Phidippides arrived and announced, "Rejoice, we have conquered." He, he is said to have collapsed and died. Wow. Over 2,000 years later, more than 500 marathons take place in Europe and the United States yearly, with around 1 million runners taking part. Quite a number of behemoths are among those who undergo the often demanding training needed for long distance races. They pound the streets of New Providence in the wee hours of the morning and late at night, facing the dragons of a small city traffic and crime. Then, months later, these runners invest large sum of money in flying off to foreign countries to participate in what has been called an excessive endurance exercise.
It's me?
It's me?
Hey, you just say you sound a while.
Yes, sir. Sorry. Okay, can I I have my tab open so I can read from my tab, right? Because I gotta zoom in to see. While recent research reveals that running marathons and other grueling races could lead to fatal heart attacks or serious cardiac problems in later life, supporters claim that these risks are more than outweighed by the benefits. An internet sport magazine asks readers to submit a description of themselves, telling how and why they became long distance runners and have benefited from it. Here is a number of readers wrote. A number of readers wrote. Sorry.
Allison Harris, Maryland, USA. The annual Joanna E. Sinclair Memorial Scholarship Race began in 2002 after Joanna, my friend and track teammate, passed away from spinal meningitis in August 2001. With her passing, I wanted to organize an event to help raise money for a scholarship fund created in her name. Since track was her favorite sport to participate in, I thought that the road race would be the best way to remember her. Now, in its 12th year, the event has raised over 60,000 for the cause. The proceeds of the fund are dispersed around the community to various organizations that Joanna was associated with in her short life.
Okay. Douglas King, Georgia, USA. I ran track for 1 year in high school and remember running a 2 mile race and hating every second of it. The summer after high school, I injured my knee, had 7 knee surgeries, and thought I would never be able to stay active. In 2007, I decided to go out for a run to blow off some steam during a particular stressful time in my life. It had started raining, but I pushed myself through a 20-minute run that left me full of energy. It seemed to wash away a large portion of my stress and anxiety. So I continued to run regardless of where I was. I'm still running.
Is this me?
Yes, Miss Rackley.
Molly Wright, Florida, USA. I thought I would take a few moments this morning, didn't have to go to work, and send you all and new information on me. Molly right now, almost 74 years and still running a lot, 8 miles a day. My running only made your magazines once, 1994. I was still cute in that old photo, though the other nurses in the photo, and I'm still looking like I'm into my 21st year of doing triathlons,
Triathlons.
whatever, in Freeport. load of friends all the way up there, blasting hard rock to keep us awake. It was the lobster man triumph, the most triathlons, okay. The most fun race of all. The same 2 pound Atlantic lobster and dark bear made the cold morning seem all worth it. It was Olympics distance and I placed first in my 70 to 74 age group. 357. Everything old is new again.
Laurel Cook,
Hello?
Nassau,
Uh-huh.
Nassau, the Bahamas. I have run 2 marathons and participated in the Avon Breast Cancer Run, all to raise money and awareness for several different charities. It makes you feel awesome and gives you a chance to help in some way. I ran my last marathon in support of the NARSAD, an amazing but under-recognized organization because of the stigma attached to it. I was inspired due to a friend's diagnosis with AIDS. The marathon was in New York City in November 2008, and I was able to raise $2,100. I run to stay in shape, and I am grateful for the discipline that running affords me, as well as the increased sense of confidence and pride.
Okay. Right. Mark and Robert, New Jersey, USA. This is my tribute to my. This is a tribute to my running partner and friend Robert. We have run many miles together. We we have run through the heat of the summer, winter up hills, over over flat courses, and even in terminal downpours, floods, and pre-hurricane weather. We tend to hold conversations when we run, even even during races, so much that other runners comment on how we are able to run and chat at the same time. Running with Robert is my stress reliever. We both had suffered from muscle damage and from inflammation that lasted that lasted days after having run a mile. But what is a little pain for a solid friendship?
School Miss Pradeep. Annette Dawkins, Bridgetown, Barbados. I'm a 34-year-old stay-at-home mom. In my spare time, I enjoy playing on the computer or talking to my mom on Skype. I don't drink and I can't drive, but I can run. I started running in 2009 to help lose the baby fat for my fifth child. I count on my husband for everything, and he is my best friend. Yay, Mike. So at first, he ran with me to push me along. I have since run over 20 races. I was out of commission for about 6 months in 2011 due to a torn tendon when I was told I would never run again. Four of those races I ran were after that diagnosis. I love the example my running sets for my children. My 5-year-old loves to run and has done a few races with Mike and me already. My oldest child has just started running with us also.
Go ahead, one.
You good at me?
Yeah.
Okay. Todd Crandall.
No, Dennis Crone.
Dennis Cron?
Yeah.
Dennis Cron, Windsor, Canada. In January 2002, I went to the doctor's office with bronchitis. My blood pressure was 220
Over 140.
over 140. After resting a short time, it did not come down, so the doctor sent me to the hospital, where I stayed for 5 days. I weighed 370 pounds. I started walking and then a little jogging. By November, I weighed 240 pounds. In May 2003, At 220 pounds, I ran a 10 miles race. 2 weeks later, I signed up for a 6-month marathon training program. It was somewhat costly, but it paid off. Less than 2 years after being in the hospital, I flew to the USA and finished the Philadelphia Marathon. Joining a couple of running clubs has made running fun and a great source of friends. I have something in common with. I do trial runs, tracked workouts, and long distance relays with the club. Also, my three daughters have joined me running. My three daughters have joined me running marathons. Running has changed my life, and I love it.
Todd Cradle, Ohio, USA. I compete regularly in the triathlons, work as a professional speaker and a drug counselor, and run a foundation racing for recovery, helping others to use sport to prevent or escape addiction. Our mission is to prevent all form of substance abuse and to provide a positive. Let's see, you could scroll up like me. Okay, positive alternatives for those currently battling addiction by encouraging a lifestyle of fitness and health through running events. What qualifies me to do the work I do? Well, in my early 20s, I had gone from being a promising soccer player on my way to a professional career to a drug addicted ghost of my life myself. I spent 13 brutal years in that state. I was rock bottom, homeless, and starving. Then I took up triathlons. I found that this athletic effort helped me overcome my addictions.
Angela Dahl,
Mhm.
California, USA. I am 45 years old and I was at serious risk for type 2 diabetes, but running has lowered that significantly. I love running. I love running on cold mornings and starting my day off with so much energy. As I started having children, I found running was the best exercise for keeping my body toned. I love running and I love being outside. Running gives me freedom to think, to cry, to talk to God and myself. I live for my runs and I never miss them. They are my sanity, I tell you. I love running. I enjoy riding my bike and swimming, but it's running that breathes life into me.
Um, okay, that's me. El- Ilsa Decker, Bremen, Germany. Not too long ago, I became a new mom and a stay-at-home mom. I miss the strive for success atmosphere from the workplace and that push forward for various goals. Although I love being able to stay home with my daughter, I am used to working my way up the corporate ladder or pushing for the next pay raise. I'm used to being on top of everything, winning all the time. Plus, I am dealing with a little postpartum stress. My close friend Martha encouraged me to get on my treadmill and just walk. I have never been athletic, but after a few weeks of walking, I ended up running. So I have started a running program at home on my treadmill. Getting a full body workout. I am actually thinking about training for races. I know I will have the support of my family and friends. And just hold on, sorry. And it just might give me the push I used to feel at work. I don't know though. I will give it some more thought before I hit the road.
Mark Wilkinson, Kentucky, USA. At 26, I was notified that I had a massive brain tumor and needed to have surgery. About 3 months after the surgery, my weight was up to 225 pounds because of the medication and hormone changes from the surgery. I decided that I needed to lose weight. I started out running, but I could only go about 2 blocks. I kept doing that until I could run an entire mile without stopping. Then I spent a year training and entered a half marathon Now I'm running marathons. I am healthier and I have more energy that I have ever had in my life. And my weight is remaining pretty consistent. I have made so many great friends running. I met some incredible, interesting people running marathons.
Okay. Gary, Dudney, Washington, D.C., USA. All my life, I've dabbled in writing. I took some creative writing in college, wrote some articles for a newspaper, and sent a few things off to magazines. With little success, I made my last serious attempt at writing in my early 40s. But a few years back, I decided to give writing another try, but with a different approach. Why not write about running? Plus, my daily workouts gave me the one thing. Plus, my daily workouts gave me the one thing every writer coverts
Covet's.
time to think. So as I ran along, I brainstormed articles ideas, thought up catchy opening lines, and wrote it all down when I got home. It worked. I've written and sold race reports, articles for running magazines, and I've also fulfilled a lifelong ambition of pushing short stories. So now I run every day and I write every day. I love writing about running. It's like a well with waters that run sweet and deep.
That's the last one. Overall thoughts on the article itself.
Primary
Basically,
focus on people opinion on
Discipline.
running.
Mm-hmm.
Discipline.
running can change your life.
Writing will change your life. Running can change your life.
The
Okay.
discipline. The discipline for me.
Discipline.
Yeah.
All right. Let's tackle these questions. First of all, it was long. My, I wasn't expecting this thing to be so long. But it was deep. Um, just talked about the various reasons, and I'm sure in this reading comprehension they can ask reasons why people run. Like that's an obvious question because nobody's reasons were exactly the same, right? And that's interesting to think about. But all of them just shared a deep sense and a deep interest in running, whether it's running for a cause or running to help with writing or running to lose weight or running to
Running for mental health.
for
One
mental health.
person had, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, definitely some of them have
Fundraiser.
intersection. Yeah, fundraiser. Definitely we can find
And
intersections with them,
against
but
addiction.
addiction, yeah, yeah, we can find intersections between them, Uh, but running has a serious power. Like I think one hit the nail on the head when he said running can change your life because for these people it did. But about that person who died though, when he when he um when he reached the place and said, "Rejoice, we have conquered." I'm like, wow, that's a sad thing.
I was thinking of how what happened. Like maybe lactic acid make his blood too acidic and cells
Uh,
that die into
we in
sucrose,
we in language
and then
we in language. uh, I just put your leg. Um, okay. According to the article, marathons generally occur in Greece and Persia, Europe and Asia, the USA and Europe, or the Bahamas and the USA.
Say,
see
Europe,
USA and Europe. Where could we find evidence of that?
all the writers was from like USA.
first,
Not like to
first,
me.
the first paragraph.
No, 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 no. Be
First part.
careful.
Oh,
Be
The first.
careful. They didn't say where the runners come from, but where marathons are held.
Hey, marathons generally.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
That be C.
I think we can find it in the first paragraph. They say what? Um, quite a number. Okay, no. More than 500 marathons take place in Europe and United States yearly. So if you go to five, it's Europe and the States. So look over that. Um, so the answer is C. The expression I love this one. I thought about this one day, it's interesting. The expression facing the dragons of small city traffic suggests that such traffic is legendary, dangerous, crawling, or gigantic.
D.
Gigantic.
Sound like poodle.
I know dragons have a large surface area, right?
Faces the dragon of a small city.
Would it be dangerous? No.
Be dangerous.
Uh,
Well,
I
in
think about
terms of
chaotic,
like,
but they don't have no word. Crawling.
I know dragon breath is dangerous, and exhaust from cars is also dangerous. So that is a
I go
point, I
with
guess.
B
would be.
Okay.
B or C. I go with B or C.
B.
C?
I go with B or C.
Okay.
B
Dangerous.
is my first answer.
That's what they.
Oh,
C
with
is my
D.
backup answer.
Alright.
Can we determine the answer by reading the last sentence too? Like the
Yeah.
other sentence?
We have to go to in context. I surprised no one said that. Go to actual place where it's written. Let's see what they're talking about.
Line 8.
They pound the streets of New Providence in the wee hours of the morning and late at night, facing the draggings of small city traffic and crime.
See,
So what is
dangerous.
it?
Crime.
I said B. So what is it?
It's sort of B or D. Sort of B or D. They pound the streets of late at night, facing the draggings.
Crime. I would figure it'll be dangerous.
I mean,
Yeah, it's
crime
B.
is certainly crime is dangerous for sure, but crime is not included in their statement. They just say facing the dragons of small city traffic.
Mr. Petit,
So
you
it's
like this
gigantic.
question?
Yeah.
I would say dangerous.
We're talking about crime too though.
It'd be dangerous because they say dragons. Well, dragons are gigantic too.
Like dragons long, and that's all traffic is. Traffic is being long.
So
So
your
it's
final
like a
answer is what?
symbolic way of saying it's a dragon.
But then why would that be okay? Why would the long traffic be because this right here is describing the difficulties of running, right? So why would long traffic be a problem for runners?
Because they'll get in the way. If you run around the daytime, you have to be cautious of cars and stuff. You got to be cautious of
long traffic though.
Yeah, because it's gonna be hectic because everyone on the move, and then as some people rushing to go places. I understand where that come from. Running in the morning, no one on the road at 5 a.m.
I think how they put crime in there is a hint for dangerous too, you know.
Because if you run in early too, you could, buck into crime. I guess.
Well, I guess it's safest to put
Yeah, dangerous too
dangerous.
no.
Facing the dragons of small city traffic and crime.
I was thinking with B.
It's ought to B or D.
So your final answer is what, Mr. Petit?
My final answer?
Mm-hmm. But they didn't mention crime though, so what would you say?
They didn't include crime.
Yeah. Because and then if they stop at traffic, so I think they focus on how traffic is.
Yeah. My initial thought was D. They'll come back to that. But it's ought to B or D. That's a good one. B or D.
So Mr. Petit.
Yeah.
If you weren't sure, you could say go two answers?
No, if I'm not sure, I coming back to it. I coming back to it.
So what if you still ain't sure?
If I'll have to pick one. I'll pick the one that, is, I could defend better. But then see they say
That's only half of the
see
phrase.
see
Free half.
not only that they say small city.
And then they suggest that such traffic is traffic.
Yeah, I mean
Then he's describing traffic too, though.
yeah, traffic could be dangerous. Traffic dangerous? No man. Traffic is gigantic.
Yeah.
I
So
mean
that could be a hint too.
So you
yeah.
say traffic is crawl too?
No man, traffic. I mean, traffic could crawl, but like okay, what
I mean,
about
like
it
slow,
crawling? What about it crawling would be a problem?
Slow.
moving
I know,
slow.
but what about that would be the traffic is crawling? What about that would be a problem though? If the traffic is crawling,
I think it's D though.
so it'll
After
be a deal. But
describing traffic.
let's come back to it. Let's come back to it. Allison Harris organized a distance race to become more athletic, raise money for college education, raise money for Johanna's medical bills, honor a deceased friend.
Could we go back to her paragraph,
Y'all
please?
can remember?
No, how much of them? How much names we read? Listen to me. I didn't think at the
It's
first person I
too.
read.
I think honor a deceased friend, but let's see.
Please can we go back to the person name?
Allison Harris. Okay.
I would
Okay.
usually highlight as we go, but not on the screen.
Annual John E. McSenior McMorale Scholarship race began in 2002 after Johanna, my friend and track teammate, passed away. Passed away. Passed away. Memorial.
I wanted to organize an event to help.
We still reading this?
So let's raise money, Mr. P.
Hello, I'm
Yeah.
She gonna
back.
raise money. She raising money.
What did y'all put for one?
Okay.
Hey, Mr. T, what
Yeah.
y'all agree on?
What for the thing? We skipping.
Yeah. Oh,
Since track was a favorite for I thought. No, listen. I thought a road race would be the best way to remember her. It has nothing to do with creating money. The main reason is to honor her, deceased friend.
All right then.
Yeah, honor deceased. And then it can't be raise money for Johanna's medical bill who dead.
Yeah, 'cause that was
Yeah, and then
it can't be for college education.
No.
Yeah.
because she mentioned that. So
All right, which one of the following best describes Douglas King? Is he relaxed, inactive, committed, or inconsistent? So Douglas King, page 2. We gotta go back to Douglas King. Douglas King. Douglas King. I ran track for 1 year, and I remember running a 2-mile race and hated every second of it. The summer after high school, I injured my knee, had 7 knee surgeries, and thought I would never be able to stay active. In 2007, I decided to go out for a run to blow off some steam during a particularly stressful time in my life. It started raining, but I pushed through a 20-minute run that left me full of energy. It seemed to wash away a large portion of stress and anxiety, so I continued running regardless of where I was. I am still running.
I'm gonna go back to the
He
words.
sounds very determined.
He sound which one?
Committed,
I say he's committed,
yeah.
committed.
Committed, yeah.
committed on the bat. You could feel it in his voice.
Yeah. But all these, I mean, why they give these options? They too easy. Relaxed, of course he's not relaxed. Inactive, how could he be inactive? Inconsistent, how could he be inconsistent? So I feel like they didn't do a good job with the varied answers there. Could have been harder. But
You
committed is
want to feel it.
no. I'm just saying that they could have done a better job. Like the SAT, they really have you thinking like, boy, is it A, B, C, or D, or E, or F? All right. In a sentence, a sentence Todd Crandall's a sentence in Todd Crandall's entry presents him as having had positive and negative experiences in life. Quote the single sentence that indicates this. So it's a single sentence that indicate this.
So where you supposed to write that?
I guess you write it, but they don't have it here.
They just give you like a little paper, a little booklet to write in.
Yeah. Okay,
Wait,
so
they say we. Oh wait, just to be clear, we're rewriting the sentence, or we put it in our own. Wait, quote.
quote, quote, quote,
Okay, okay.
quote, 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 quote.
Thank you for zooming in.
No problem. This is what? Todd Crandall. Todd, okay. Alright, so we want something that indicates positive and negative experiences at the same time. Okay, so all my life I dabbed. We want Todd Crandall. Todd Crandall. By the way, thank you all for reading. It's good to hear y'all varied voices there. I compete regularly in triathlons, work as a professional speaker and drug counselor, and run a foundation racing for recovery, helping others to use sports to prevent or escape addiction. Our mission is to prevent all forms of abuse and to provide positive alternatives for those currently battling addictions by encouraging a lifestyle of fitness and health through running events.
That's it for me. That one is it.
Okay. What qualifies me to do the work I do? Well, in my early 20s, I had gone from being a
After me
promising
rate that, 81.
well, in my early 20s, I had gone from being a promising soccer player on my way to professional career to a drug addicted ghost of myself.
That's hold on. I changed. I
No, no,
retract.
no.
I retract. I
Keep
retract
the
my
same answer.
steps.
The same answer.
I retract my
spent
steps.
I spent I spent 13 brutal years in that state. I was at rock bottom, homeless and starving. Then I took up triathlons. I found this athletic effort helped me overcome my addictions. All right, so which sentence is it?
I'm going with. I agree with the one from when he became a soccer player to when he got a drug addicted ghost of himself. That's my answer. Sorry, you see, I thought.
You thought.
Yeah, but listening to you, I decided to,
Change. Okay. Anyone else?
my answer.
That seems the most
That's the,
plausible.
That's the most plausible.
that's the only logical reason.
They said, code the single sentence, So it's clearly one that they want that presents him as having positive and negative experiences in life. This one is the best one. In my early 20s, I have gone from being a promising soccer player on my way to professional career to a drug addicted ghost of myself. Yeah, this is the one they like for. Okay, that's good. Next up, we have identify. Oh, they love these techniques, eh? So I need to give you all the techniques today.
Yeah, that's what I was beginning for.
Again, I told you this already.
Techniques?
Yeah, I gave that.
The CN25, right?
Yeah.
Wait,
You
what
did it before.
techniques? Hold on, refresh my
The
memory.
humor, the flashbacks.
Oh, those. Yeah, we got them. The interesting facts and all. Okay.
What are they called? They're writing techniques. That's what you call them, right?
We call them literary devices, or we call them um writing strategies, or writing techniques. Whatever they come under broad headings. Um, but I can revise some. Remind me at the end to just quickly name them.
All right.
You still have it like on the computer? The 25?
I'll have to check. I'll have to check to see if I still have that. It should be there. So she could take a screenshot.
Got the notes.
Yeah, I'll do that. Please remind me. Please remind me to do that before we leave. Identify a strong example. So identify an example of a technique Angela Dial used in her entry to give the readers a strong sense of her passion for running. Okay. We're looking for Angela Dial. So we're looking for a technique that she used to give the reader a strong sense of her writing. Um, I'm 45 years old, and I was at serious risk for type 2 diabetes, but running has lowered that significantly. I love running. I love running on cold mornings and starting my day off with so much energy. As I started having children, I found running was the best exercise for keeping my body tuned. I love running. I love being outside. Running gives me the freedom to think, to cry, to talk to God and myself. I live for my runs, and I never miss them. They are my sanity. I tell you, I love running. I enjoy riding my bike and swimming, but it's running that breathes life into me.
She's
The
like
use of
infused. She's
repetition.
like
Ah, go ahead.
She sound like me, you know?
She does. What's the technique she used?
To use repetition.
Repetition for sure. She said, "I love running. I love running." Um, I think
I
I
can't
love.
even say because ain't
I
no interesting facts on. Well, interesting fact is that it lowered diabetes. Yeah, that's proven it can. But
I think I love running. Yeah.
what about the fact she stated about lowering her
I love
diabetes? Because
running. Yeah, I love running. I love. Interesting facts. Um, here I could be honest with you. They really asking for rhetorical devices. So like they like asking really for like the common ones. Interesting facts is not like a strong common one. I wouldn't readily use that. I would use that like as if I have 5 points, I'll use it like my last one.
okay,
So stuff like flashback, repetition, rhetorical questions, metaphor, simile, irony, um, those ones, those are the ones to use. Um, but there's more than repetition in there. She used a lot of figurative language.
she compare her thing. She compare running to a lot of stuff.
Um, he said, "They are my sanity."
Could you also add I live for my rants?
I thought
And then
about that. I live for my
like,
runs, but I mean that's not really figurative language, you know.
okay.
I live for my runs. I mean, I think that's straightforward. There's nothing figurative about that. I live for my runs. That's just it's strong, but it's not figurative. They are my sanity. No, I ain't figurative. I mean, it's just strong, but it ain't figurative to me. I think it's running that breathes life to me. That is figurative language. So what she's doing, she's comparing running to an entity that breathes life into her. What breathes life into a person? So what could breathe life into you? Of course, when she say breathe life, she's not talking literally, right? She's just talking about um the the energy and the 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 great feeling and the satisfaction that she get from running. That it's akin to life. That's strong. So this is some figurative language here that she's using. Um, running breeds life. So running is compared to an entity that gives life, right? So running is compared to the source of life, to her. Um, so comparison is what she's doing. It sounds to me like a metaphor. So yeah, running breeds life. And I love running. Repeat it often. Like that is the most obvious one. Repetition and this comparison here, or we'd say metaphor. I think it's metaphor. I'm not sure about the metaphor part, but I'm sure with the comparison. Um, but it should be a metaphor because metaphor is comparison without using like or add. So it should be a metaphor. All right. Okay, so that's good.
So, Mr. Batik, the technique was a metaphor,
Mm-hmm.
and the example
Repetition.
is, well, so you have two techniques then.
I have two techniques. The first one is repetition
Yeah,
because she consistently saying I love running. So when you're in the way you answer it, you have to state the technique, which is repetition, and state
yeah.
the phrase that is consistently repeated, which is I love running. The second one we'd say is a metaphor where she said, "It's running that breathes life unto me." So that's a, or we could say comparison to, uh, where she compares running to an entity that breathes life. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it's a metaphor. A metaphor is a comparison between two dissimilar ideas or objects without the use of like or as. With metaphors, it's important to note the two components: the tenor, the idea or object being explained, and the vehicle, the example used to produce the comparison. Tenors on our vehicles may be directly stated or implied. For example, a new program producing highly trained bar staff is helping to tackle the less savory cocktail of youth employment. And, or he felt he was being taken up by the roots. Okay, yeah, that's metaphor. Okay,
So did you add they are my they are my sanity?
no, I didn't add that. I didn't add that. That's wrong, but I don't see nothing figurative about that. They are my Saturday. Um,
But isn't that indirectly implying something?
I mean, it is implying something that it's very meaningful to her.
So what would that be then?
They are my sanity. I mean, can they?
No, what literary device will put it under?
That's what I'm saying. Like, it seems literal to me, but the more I think about it, the more I'm like, maybe it could be figurative because okay, they are my sanity. She just talking about running and what? You say they. And, oh, her runs. Okay, so her runs or her sanity. Well, definitely she mean that literally, right? They are my sanity. Because running can't really be a sanity. What she mean is that it gives her rest and composure and peace of mind. That's what she mean. So she's using some figurative language there. That's true. They are my sanity. And, we could include that. And the question is, what is it? They are my sanity.
Do we explain how she used it?
Let's see. It depends on the points. I would, if I was in an exam, I would. I would. They say just say identify and give an example. So they didn't expect you to explain it. In this case, I would definitely use repetition. That's the most obvious one. They can't debate that. They are my sanity. I think that's metaphor. Because again, it's a comparison to. Yeah.
So how would you answer the question? Like you would like just put
The
the
metaphor and put the phrase, or repetition and put the phrase that is constantly repeated.
okay.
Yeah. In a word or short phrase, describe Elsa's tone in the last two sentences of her entry. So in this one, we have to explain it a little. Oh no, they just say, then provide a convincing reason for her attitude. Okay. Okay. So we have the theta tone and why we believe that she have this tone. Okay. This is who? Annette Dawkins? No, Elsa. They are crafty with these questions,
Elsa Dicker from Berlin, Germany, I think.
Yeah. I love these questions. They are not the typical reading comprehension questions, like just stating facts. Oh, what did Elsa Decker do in, or how old, they asking specific questions. Like,
What's the question?
the question is, describe Elsa Decker's tone in the last two sentences of an entry. Okay? And then state why it's reasonable that she would say that. She says, I don't know though. I'll give it some more time. How this is easy. I don't know though. I'll give it some more thought before I hit the road. So she's what? What's her tone?
Undecisive.
Indecisive. Yeah. What else? I don't know though. I'll give it some more thought before I hit the road.
Conversational tone.
I wouldn't go to conversational. No. It could work, but it's not the primary ones. So indecisive. I want to tell you all the answer. Come on, help me. I don't know though. What is that? She's what?
Confused?
I wanna say the Nancy tone, but we can't use that. Um
Pardon me?
no, I said nothing. She is
She does not sound like me. I'm never confused. She's confused.
she's not confused.
But that's not a tone. But that's not a tone. So
She's doubtful. Right? I don't know though. I'll give it some more time before I hit the road. We can say doubtful, indecisive. Kind of strongest because she did say what she's gonna do. She just is
Skeptical.
skeptical. Skeptical could work. Doubtful, skeptical, indecisive, those things. I don't know though.
Can it be informal?
Not informal. That too broad. I don't know though. I'll give it some more thought before I hit the road. She's non-committal, so she's not committing to nothing. Because she's talking about she's so I've started running at home on treadmill, getting a full body rock. I'm actually thinking about training for races, right? I know I'll have the support of my family and friends, and it might just give me a push I used to feel at work. I don't know though. I'll give it some more thought before I hit the road. I like that indecisive one now that I read that. Yeah, like she she sees the benefits, right, of it, and she has evidence that she'll do well. But then she's like, I don't know though. So she's probably doubtful of her of how she would do. Um
she can't guarantee herself that it'll
yeah,
happen.
she's um let's see this.
Dubious.
Do what dubious means. Dubious. I like this. This is the perfect one. These are it. These are the words right there. Doubtful, uncertain,
I was
unsure.
gonna say unsure,
Unsure,
but
yeah,
I see that was the same as doubt, so I didn't say it.
yeah, unsure, unsettled. Oh, I love this. Wavering, right? Skeptical, suspicious, iffy, in a quandary, up in the unresolved, right? These are any one of these will work. Um, dubious. I like dubious. Hesitating or doubting. This is a perfect word, Mr. Bethel. Perfect word. Let's see it used in context.
I think I heard this word many times before in
Unsettled an opinion. Unsettled an opinion. Perfect. Yeah. Probably not true or completely true. Doubtful. Yeah. Marked by an occasional doubt. This is a perfect word. Yep. Yeah. Not completely good. Safe. Not sure about something. Perfect. So she's doubtful. Um. Unsure. Unconfirmed. Um. I don't know though. I'll give it
Wavering resolve.
wavering and unresolved. So now they say give a reasonable reason for her attitude. Why you think she's doubtful? Why you think she's um un like non-committal and unsure?
She's yet to try.
She should to try it. Yeah, yeah. She say it might. She just say it and it just might give me that push I used to feel at work. I don't know though. I'll give it some thought before I hit the road. So her thing is, she's dubious or um, she don't know if she's going to train for races. That's her. Um, I'm actually thinking about training for races. I don't know. I'll give it some more thought before I hit the road. So she's unsure about whether or not she's going to train for races. Why you think she's unsure? She said that she have reason, she have good reason to do it because she's saying
She's not
past.
sure that training for races would give her that boost she used to feel at work. She ain't sure that.
Mm.
What was the question again?
The question is, what is the reason for feeling doubtful?
Is
She
it
don't know the
because
end
she
result.
never been? Is it because she never been like athletic?
Is it because I think because she's never like Mr. Bethel stated like she's never trained for races, and so she don't know what effect it would have on her, and so she is
But I don't
unsure.
go in with I don't go in with I've never been athletic. Oh
Well,
yeah.
I mean, she never said she was an athletic, right? She
Yeah.
never said she
That's
never.
it right there. I said I've never
Yeah,
but let's say this Elsa Dactor, right?
yeah.
Said I've never been athletic.
Oh, yes. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a very good one. That's a very good reason. I hit the nails on that nail right on the head, because she's never been athletic, but she said, but after a few weeks she ended up running. So I think her past has a part to play on it too. Um, but I think more so, to be honest, she don't know because she's never trained for races. Um, and
There's a
so
new category for her.
yeah, and so she don't know the effect it would have. She's familiar with the corporate ladder, but she's not um familiar with training for races. She is trained. She is familiar with I mean now, but then plus it's a short time after a few weeks of walking and running. But she says she have a running program at home. They ain't tell us how long. She's getting a full body workout, so she is familiar now with getting a full body workout, but not training for a race, and so that's like new territory, and so she's naturally doubtful and naturally uncertain. I think that's the word. Uh, I think that's the best word. Uncertain. She's uncertain. Dubious, of course, is an umbrella that covers that. Um, she has a dubious tone. Uncertain, unsure, uh, hesitant. Um, you know, and so and because this is new thing for her. So obviously she would feel that way. Okay. Aside from their enthusiasm from running, Annette Dawkins, page 3, and Molly Wright, page 2, are very different. Write a paragraph in which you show how their backgrounds are different and give one way in which they differ in personality. So with this one, we have to identify how their backgrounds are different. All right, and then provide one way in which they differ in personality. So Anna Dawkins and Molly Wright. So let's look at that. Anna Dawkins and Molly Wright.
How much points that were?
10. Mm-hmm. So I just 10 is 10. Is for the number of points that you could accumulate and for the way how you describe it. So let's see, Anna Dawkins and Molly Wright. I'm 34 years old. Stay home mom. In my spare time, I enjoy playing on the computer while talking to my mom on Skype. I don't drink, can't drive, but I can run. I started running in 2009 to help lose the baby fat from my fifth child. I count on my husband for everything, and he's my best friend. Hey, Mike. So at first he ran with me to push me along. I have since run over 20 races. I was out of commission for about 6 months in 2011 due to a torn tendon when I was told I would never run again. 4 of those races I ran were after that diagnosis. I love the example my running sets for my children. My 5-year-old loves to run and has done a few races with Mike and me already. My oldest child has just started running with us also. That's Annette Dawkins. Now Molly, where are you Molly? Molly Wright. And Annette, well, I already see a difference. Molly writes, I thought I would take a few moments this morning. Didn't have to go to work and send you an all new information on me. Molly Wright. We read this? I don't feel like I reread. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
we have. I thought I would take a few moments this morning. Didn't have to go to work and send you old and new information on me. Molly Wright, now almost 74 years. And still running a lot, 8 miles a day. My running only made your magazine once, 1994. I was still cute in that old photo though. I lost track of the other nurses in the photo, and I'm still looking for Mr. Wright. I'm into my 21st year of doing triathlons. I just did my 170th triathlon in Freeport, Maine. I did a bus and drove myself and a lot of friends all the way up there, blasting hard rock to keep us awake. It was the Lobster Man Triathlon, the most fun race of all. The, the steam 2 pound Atlantic lobster and dark bear made the cold morning seem all worth it. It was Olympic distance, and I placed first in my 74 age group, 3:57. Everything old, it's new again. Molly Wright and Annette Dawkins. Differences in background.
One works and one stay at home.
Well,
One
go ahead.
drives, one doesn't.
You can't drive, that's true.
One has like a family, and the next one that didn't find Mr. Right yet.
Say it again.
Yeah. One
Like
is married, one isn't.
one has a family and like a husband and children, and the next one is like a 74-year-old single woman.
So, so did she mention anything about her husband? No.
She said finding Mr.
Mike.
Right.
Say it again.
Still looking for Miss. She said she's
Molly
still
said
looking for Mr. Right.
for Mr. Right.
She hasn't found him.
What that means?
She's married.
Single and ready to mingle.
That's what that
When
means?
people say when people
Yeah.
say they're looking for Mr. Right, that means they haven't found anyone yet, and they're still searching. Mr. Right is like the perfect guy. I'm still looking for the.
Mr. Right. Oh, I get it. Oh, I
And
didn't see that.
the next, she's on her fifth child, and she has a husband, and then they run
Well,
together. She have a family and
yeah,
stuff.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's true. That's a very good observation. This one is single and has a family, and this one, sorry, that one is single and has no family and has no nuclear family. This one, is married and has a child, has children, and lots of them. That's a big difference. Um,
Annette also don't drink.
oh, yes, but this one, she talking about how she had a dark
And
opinion.
lobster.
Yeah, yeah, this the 74 woman. She ain't playing. Um,
Mr. T, can age matter too?
yeah, age. Yeah, yeah. She's 74. This one is only 34. That's important.
Their state.
Exactly. That was the most obvious one. Um, Annette Dawkins is in Bridgetown, Barbados, and Molly Wright was in Florida. I thought that y'all was gonna. That's what the first thing that jumped out at me. I'm like, yeah, they lived at different places. Um,
I
so
think Molly is self-driven rather, and so Annette looks for support.
so that's the difference in personality.
One is
Yeah,
codependent, the other one is dependent.
One is codependent, the other one is dependent. What's the difference?
The
well,
one don't rely on no one to do nothing for her. The other one relies on
You mean
her
one
husband.
independent and the other one is
Yes, you know what I
yeah,
mean.
yeah, okay. Independent and the other one is dependent. Yeah, that, I could live with that. Um, yeah, that's personality.
yeah. One one
What was
can't
the
really be
question
motivated
exactly?
The
by
question is
yourself.
state the differences between them in terms of background,
Uh-huh.
and then the second part is give one way in which their personalities are different.
Yeah, you could say one is independent,
Personality, like the character traits, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
one likes to drink, the other one doesn't.
That's background.
one enjoys spending time, like she likes to be around family and friends and stuff.
But
I don't know.
we can't say that we could also say the same thing for Molly. Molly, she drive a whole bus of
You ran the
friends.
van.
She ran a whole
Yeah.
Mm,
With a load of friends.
yeah, with a lot of friends. So and he was blasting hard rock, and she
So one like I don't like noble personality, but Molly seems more
Outgoing.
competitive and commercial. You know,
competitive. Why you say that?
I mean not competitive like she wants to be in the magazine, and she won her 170th triathlon, and so it's more about exposure with her. And then the other lady, she running to set example for children. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, that's not a personality. I just trying to look to figure out. I
Mm-hmm.
just looking at.
I think Lingham is a bit more ambitious, though.
Yeah,
I think Molly's ambitious. But I
yeah,
don't
that's what.
know. I think she's
But both of
ambitious.
them are ambitious though, because
Not
Alsace ran
what
for I mean, of course, if we were to say who's more, it would seem that
Molly is a bit more
Molly for
ambitious.
sure. Um, I like independent and dependent. I think that's the closest that we get with character.
But you
Um,
said it's background.
no,
Yeah.
I think that's the closest we get to character. That's the closest.
Okay.
None else really speaks to their character. We just have to infer their character based on what they say. And so, um, in terms of a clear difference, the most potent difference is definitely the dependent versus the independent. Um, uh, that's the closest we. She's
So, Mr. B,
uh-huh.
how many points they want for the question?
Well, they want
How
it's
much you
10.
looking for?
It's 10. It's 10 points. So, um, a lot of that comes from the differences, you know,
The
and then
background information?
yeah, the background. Like we talk about the age difference, the location difference, how one is more liberal and one is more
How they want
conservative.
us to display this information?
In a
Yes, like the structure. Like how do they want us to write it?
they
Paragraphic.
yeah, they wanted in not a essay form, but just like a paragraph
Short
or
paragraph.
two. Yeah.
Summary.
So I would take one paragraph and talk about their background, and I would just that paragraph would be longer than definitely B. So I would take one paragraph and write about their differences, as much differences I could find.
But how would you start to write that then? Like sentences, like
Yeah,
this one is do this one don't do this.
yeah. I mean, that's the most. That's at least. I mean that you would want to do. Maybe you want to start off with a little topic sentence and saying that, you know, Annette Dawkins and Molly Wright, um, have differences as it relates to their background. Um, and then you begin with the first difference, and the second, and so on. Okay.
So you would just talk about Marty background first and then
Mm-mm,
Dawkins
mm-mm.
background last in the paragraph.
No, no, you would do it together. So you would say this one does that, but this one does that. So your transition words or your transition words or your comparison words needs to be there. So the but, you could say whereas, and you know instead
So
of
how do
and
you
stuff like that.
transition to the next difference?
It's easy. So Annette, okay, so Annette Dawkins lives in where we are. Annette Dawkins lives in Barbados, whereas what's her name? Uh, Molly Wright
Morning.
lives in Florida. Molly Wright is 74 years old. However, what's her name? Anna Dawkins is 34 years old. Um, Anna Dawkins stated that she cannot drive, whereas Molly Wright um, can drive and even rented a bus to drive her friends, whatever. Um, and so you play it like that.
So you won't use special
No, no
transition
special.
word between the differences.
No, just but, however, the regular, the but, the however, the instead of, and stuff like that. So you'd say,
No, I mean like between the two comparisons. Like,
what you mean?
okay, this one rides a bus while the other can't drive.
Yeah.
For it, like furthermore,
Oh, no, no, no,
this
no, no,
one,
no, no, no. Like you
yeah,
might,
that's what
no,
I
no,
meant.
no, no. I mean, you might want to say you might want to list your. When I say list, you might want to say the first comparison, or you could say another um contrast or another difference, um stuff like that. But there's no special. I understand Johnson. There's no special transition that we use in between them. Just make the passage, the thing flow, and then I can be honest with you. I can be very honest with you. You only have an hour and 30 minutes. You ain't even gonna be thinking about that. The only thing you be thinking about is how do I
Rushing it.
finish? Yes. The only thing is how do I finish this exam?
Wait, this one is an hour and 30 minutes?
Yes, mom.
That's what but they asked us for two
See how much
essays.
10 point questions are there?
Hold on, I right just
You
now.
thought
Going
it's in
to
two
you.
hours, Miss Petit?
Oh no,
Did
2 hours
you
and
sure
two
this in
hours and
2 hours?
10 minutes. 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Oh, don't scare
2
me.
hours and 10 minutes. 2 hours.
It's what see my heart just dropped. Don't do something like that.
2 hours and 10 minutes. It's still long for 2 hours and 10 minutes though. So um yeah, I
When
remember
we just speech yet.
I remember I trust me, I remember in doing Bgcse, the only thing we had to do was the only thing you had time to do is look at the time and write. Like that's the only thing you had time to do. So, you know.
See, I think it's best to start these questions first.
No, I would start with the easy ones. Why would I start off with the long ones
See,
and discourage myself?
even the 2 hours and 10 minutes short because you have 3 paragraphs to
Yeah.
write,
Oh, although I had a big gripe
and
with
the
this
last one
word
is
That's it.
15.
limit. How much over, how much under is within the acceptable range?
Um, it's best to stick to what they tell you, but they'll go about 10. right? They'll go about 10. You don't want to go more than 10 words over. 350 is important. Generally, long distance runners face some difficulties. Approximately,
So we writing a letter too in this paper.
letter.
So your
I
letter
mean,
should
here,
contain.
here in this one, and in this instance, they ask you to write a letter to the editor. But that they don't always ask that in general. It depends on.
So
I
we'll have to know how
forgot.
to set up a
So
letter then.
Yeah,
And
I
an
how to set up
forgot
envelope.
how to
everything.
write a letter. Honestly, I write letter from since junior high.
Like, okay, we gotta do that then. No problem, we could do it. No, not the envelope, just the letter. Um, you know,
Also, just put
heading.
the the heading, and then put the information.
Yeah, not the envelope.
Okay.
Generally, long distance runners face some difficulties. In approximately 150 words, write a paragraph explaining what some of these difficulties might be. So the difficulties that they experience. So the best thing to do, because this is 10 points, you wanna get at least 8 difficulties. All right, there's a lot of difficulties that they face. We could start off with starting from the beginning.
Injuries.
From the
Injury.
beginning, I'd start off at the beginning. I would do it sequentially, right?
Okay.
So the first difference that we find is that um, the demanding training, right? Um, they face the dragons of small city traffic and crime. So that's 2. Um, Fatal heart attacks or serious cardiac problems. Um, so that's 3 so far.
Injuries and surgeries could work.
Yeah, I injured my knee and had 7 surgeries. Yeah, that's 4. One moment. Hello? 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 Hello?
We ain't got 'em at all today.
Okay, sorry about that. So that's 4. Um, mm,
Can you separate injuries and surgeries? Because you add that together, make it 4.
I injured my knee and I had 7. Yeah, you could separate them, injuries and surgeries. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you elaborate on them or just
Of
list them?
course you elaborate, because this is 10 points. Of course you elaborate.
So Mr. T, you give example of like for the injury.
Yeah, and then of course they want you to put your own flavor in it, because you're looking at the essay and
Yeah.
you getting ideas. So where are we? Because here they said, let's see, they say generally long differences in approximately, because here they didn't say from the passage. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to
Yeah.
quote from the passage. So here you are free, but the passage just giving you ideas. You know what I mean? On what things you could actually talk about and expand about. You know what I mean?
Right.
So far we have 6 of them.
Speak, go back up, please.
Yeah, I
The
got you.
first two give us how can we elaborate on that?
The
How
first
to
2. Which one?
elaborate on them?
You mean the okay?
The
Demanding
first,
children and he think facing dragons. That one.
yeah,
Oh, okay. Facing small city traffic and crime. So like
And the first one is that.
the first one.
Demanding demanding training.
Yeah, the first one is that. Ah, oh my goodness. Let's see.
But can we put it as the first? The first one can't be death though. Not everyone can die.
I mean, not everyone is gonna die, but what they say,
So
they ask for, they ask for, they ask for
I mean,
difficulties.
if you run,
Difficulties.
okay.
So let's stick with the difficulties, like the hardships along the way. So demanding training is an idea,
I
right?
mean, they had that, and like for the friend, right? When the friend had died,
No, but
that would have been
that wasn't
difficult
because of,
for
that wasn't
them.
because of running though. She just had spinal disease, probably, as you know, something she born with, you know.
But I
But
mean, like learning of loss,
so yeah.
or no, like in terms of emotional, or that ain't got nothing to do with running itself.
Well, I guess um no, I no.
Simply can this be a point? Uh,
Wait, you asked me to explain how you would explain demanding training.
yeah.
So demanding training would be one of your point. Now, you got that from the S. You got demanding training. And so in your mind, what do you think they mean by demanding training? Okay, they mean um rigorous training that is necessary to prepare for these races. These races, not everybody do them. And there's a reason why not everybody do them, because they are hard, they're difficult. And so you have to train long hours, and you have to train continuously, and you have to train consistently. And so thereby, and so using those ideas that you develop from your own mind, you say, okay, well, demanding training. So I just can explain how demanding can it be, uh, just using, you know, your knowledge of how training would be for them, in light of the fact that it's, in many cases it's new to them, and so they have to train over and over again. So the repetitiveness of the training, the intensity of the training, um, and the fact that they have to be consistent, um, and so that's how you would explain it, you know. But you want with each point to give some explanation on it. Here they didn't give you a word limit, right? But they, what they need is,
150.
they did
Yeah.
for that particular one. Or they say 150. Okay, so you want to, even though since they give you a word limit, even though you explaining, even though you are explaining it, don't explain too much, because then you would not have enough for the rest of them. Okay, but always, whatever ones you could find, elaborate on it a bit, right? So that they could see that you are really looking critically at the passage. So we was on the sixth one. Where are we? Where are we? Where are we? We talk about the demanding training, the crime, and the dragon like traffic. Um, Serious heart attacks, or cardiac problems. We talk about that. Mm, we talk about the injuries, the surgeries, and we talk about,
How
the pain
many?
they
How much
feel, the
paragraph?
pain they feel after a run.
say it again.
One of the pain they feel after a run.
Uh, that's later down, eh?
Yeah.
Okay, we on Molly. Let's look at Molly. Down the work over. I'm in my doing everything. You know, there's something we miss. You know, they said that. Um, so here they have the wee hours in the morning and late at night, right? Um, I think that could fit in a part of how demanding the training is. You see what I'm saying? So we could include that
I mean,
in,
in terms of schedule,
yeah, it's demanding in terms of how early they have to wake up, and the lateness that they have to. Well, it depends on when the time their schedule is, but if it's in the morning, it's going to be difficult to wake up. Um, there's something more, one more that. There we go. Runners invest large sums of money in flying off to foreign countries. So it could be what? Expensive to participate in these long distance things. All right, that's one I missed. All right.
Estimate how much paragraph for the 350 words?
Um, you mean the letter?
Yes, sir.
You write a 5.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Uh, Mr. Wright, I did my and the bus. So this one is interesting. The temptation to go to sleep on the way the to the event.
So that's discipline.
They want the challenges. They want the difficulties. Not necessarily the skills acquired or the skills needed for it, but like what difficulties they encounter along the way. Um, around you, I have run between all that. No. We run through the heat of the summer, the winter, weather up hills and flat courses, and even the torrential downpour and pre-hurricane weather. So the elements have a toll on them when they're running, and they run on different terrains. And so that's another difficulty. And like Nancy said, the muscle damage and inflammation. This is a very strong one from running is the after effect. Okay, so this is injuries. This one comes under injuries. A torn tendon. See the end. 2 weeks later, I signed up for a 6-month marathon training program. It was somewhat costly, but it paid off. So this one is the expenses incurred for the training program for the marathon, not even for the marathon itself, like going to the marathon. So it's expensive.
You say we free to expand, right?
What you mean? On the different,
Like,
yeah, you're free to
yeah.
expand. You're free to expand. Like
So what would you be able to say, like the motivation to like even start would be a difficulty?
yeah, I agree. I mean, because then they not restricting you to their comments only. You know what I mean? But I would say start first with their, the difficulties mentioned in the passage, and then include any other difficulties because they didn't restrict you to using the passage. Yeah, I think age is something that they have to deal with as they grow older. Mm-hmm.
Unfair.
Say it again.
Unfair.
Yeah, fair from this. Yeah, this lady. I like that you pointed that out. Um,
What do you mean by unfair?
no, fair. FEAR. Like she is. I mean, she is doubtful that um that she is that she's gonna train for these races. maybe because she's afraid, um, you know, she's uncertain what's gonna happen, um, and so because she's never experienced it before, and so that's why she's trying to take her time because she's not confident in it, and so she's sort of as a shade of fearfulness there, and so she's uncertain, she's dubious, so they have to overcome self-doubt, in order to do these things. So I like that.
So
Have you
like
started?
we could open off saying like how when they first started, like how they have to understand consistency and like the determination,
Why would you start that way?
and then go into like the beginning stages.
Of I'm gonna keep it to talking about the difficulties now,
Mm-hmm.
right? Of course, you wanna open up here. Here they want a paragraph, so they tell you they want a paragraph. So don't separate this into two or three.
Okay.
Just want one paragraph. Now that paragraph obviously is gonna have a topic sentence. A topic sentence is gonna be based on the topic. So um, you can say that long distance runners um, experience a joy and satisfaction in running, right? However, this does not come without its challenges. Briefly, I will discuss some of the challenges that the long distance runners face. And then you just, after that, successively, one after the other, give the challenges and give a short little snippet on each challenge. Okay?
So that's something we did in B10. Just said that
Yeah.
was word limit.
Yeah, just that I word limit. Yeah.
I just mainly worry about time, man.
You just have to write fast. And
But then if you write fast, you might make mistakes. So,
I know, that's the thing, right? But here, these questions are not difficult. If I hope you realize that, like, the differences are easy, the difficulties are easy to find. Here, their backgrounds are easy to notice, and the personality is is distinguishable. Um, it's easy to find a quotation for this thing, and it's easy to identify a technique. Um, their questions are not unreasonable, right? Let's go to the last one. Imagine that you are president of a running club. Write a letter to the local editor of the newspaper in which you seek to convince readers of the many benefits of long distance running. So this is letter to the editor. Um, the format of this, I don't think this follows the same format as writing like a friendly letter. It's just like, I think you just start like, okay, so let's see, letter to the editor. I don't think that there's a real, let's see, what we have.
Mr. P, these are different kind of setup on these, man.
This one just starts off with their editor. Um, let's see this one. This one says, okay, so they want you to. I guess they won't. Okay, sender's address, date, destination of address, subject statement, salutation, of course. Let's see, sender's address. That's you. The date. Okay, let's see what they doing here. Okay, this is a typical one. All right. Okay, so I see the general structure. So imagine you're president of a running club. Write a letter to the editor of a local newspaper in which you seek to convince readers of the many benefits of long distance running. Now, obviously, the benefits that you talk about, even before we get to the format, because we got to talk about that, but the benefits that you include, please, whatever you do, even though they didn't tell you you have to use the passage, but make them the first ones you talk about, make them related, like get them from the passage, right? And we can find the benefits. Like there's many benefits. Like people talk about how it's changed their life, how it gives them sanity, how it gives them time to talk with God, all those different things. So
Mr. Badi,
yes, sir.
they want benefits from the passage and benefits from our thoughts.
Yeah, but more so from the passage. More so from the passage, right? Um, make it as much as possible from the passage as possible because they want to see that you use the passage. All right. And so please make sure that that's the central focus. I mean, of course, some thoughts of your from your own would be included, but mainly from the passage itself. Um, I think the benefits of long distance running is not hard to find. What's interesting is the structure of the letter to the editor. Um, this is not a a test on structure of letters, right? It could be as simple as right. It could be as simple as where we. It could be as simple as where we as this. Like you title it, letter to the editor, their editor. Right? It could be as simple as that, right? They're not trying to test how well you know how to structure a letter, right? That's Bgcse stuff. They just really want to know um, if you are able to, and of course, the thing that they really want
But
is
how they even know who it's from?
how they gonna know it from. Of course, sincerely, you have to have that. You have to have that sincerely, and you have to have the there, and at least a heading stating the letter to the editor. This is the most basic, and this is fine. They're not gonna really penalize you for something like this. Um, but you have to frame it in the language of a letter and have the basics, right? For sure. Um, but some people would want to like actually because letters to the editor are not like like a letter to a friend, say, right? There's stuff that the 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 magazine would put inside, like they would print it inside their newspaper too. At least some of the letters to the editor, just to have the people have an idea of what other persons think. Letters to the editor are given when you just want to speak your mind on a topic. It's not like even though they say letter to the editor, it's not really to the editor sometimes that you're writing, even though you are writing to them, but you use it to like talk about the feelings, the things that concern you. So some people say, okay, um, their editor, right, and then they'll start talking about, say, the VAT, prices that has been increased, or or um, you know, or something problematic inside the country that they feel it needs to be resolved, and they give their reasons on it. And if the editor feel as though this thing is worthy of being published, they would actually publish the letter. Even though it's technically written to the editor, it has a free natured style. Like the person who write it understands that this thing could be published generally. You know what I mean?
So it's the letter to the readers.
Yeah, like letters to it is really a letter to the editor, but the audience. You also have to think about that the audience is not just the editor; it's also some of the people who are gonna be reading this too, provided that the editor decide to publish this thing, which is fair game. Um, but
So it's the letter to the editors for the readers.
yes, yes, and that's why it say write a letter to the editor, in which you seek to convince what readers of the many benefits of long distance running. So I mean, you aren't really trying to convince the editor of long distance running. That would be so you're not saying, oh, you need to start running, Mr. Editor. You know what I mean? you would write this in, even though you say "dear editor," right? You would still have a third person nature. In other words, you would still have like for example, you would be like long distance runners experience um many benefits um during their time of running marathons or whatever. But then you talking about that you're a president of a running you're a president of a running club. So maybe what you could do is you could say, as the president of a running club, I've noticed many in my past, I don't know, 25 years of running a running club, and you state the name of that running club. I've noticed many changes that have occurred in um, the individuals who have been a part or who are a part of my running club, and I wanted to share these benefits to to you, and then so you explain the benefits, and then you of course end with an appeal generally, right? Saying that hey, generally it would be well if Bahamians, take part in this running thing, long distance running. But even though it's a letter to the editor, you still thinking about the broader audience too, right? And so, for example, if you look at this letter to the editor, right? Um, they say, "Dear editor, in my part of the article, The Economics of Politics of East-West Relations, which appeared in the winter 19th issue of International Organization, it was okay. Well, this one is a letter to the editor about a distinct matter in their magazine that they published that it seemed like they misinterpreted what the man said. So this is a distinct letter to the editor. But this one that they're writing to, that you're writing to, you're not trying to correct the editor on anything. Like you're just trying to state your experience about running a club and the things that you've noticed in your um, in your in your club about the members, or you just could keep it broad and just talk about running in general, saying that you are a expert in this because you're the president. So, like I said, it could be as simple as this: letter to the editor, title, and their editor, and sincerely, of course. Or it can be as robust as say something like this, where you um where you actually state the name of the. Oh, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Okay.
I hear you.
Okay, yeah. It could be where you actually like make it where like it's like a business letter. What I mean, like, so um you might you might feel compelled to, you know, um like do the regular business letter um, you know, title. So not title but um format. So what you would do is you would say house number 33, um Xenia Street, um, and you would say Kennedy subdivision, um Nassau Bahamas, then your PO box, PO box SS 456. Skip 2 lines, put the date. Today is what? May 29th, 2022. And then here you would write um, The Guardian. There's a Guardian located as Thompson Boulevard. we can say, because of course we have to mention the editor. So Mr. Role, editor. I can't remember the format of this one. State. Of course, they have to add the time since certain amount. This one, in this one, they don't they don't include the name, so they just say they just give the editor name, the editor's position, the place, sorry, the name of the magazine. They just say Desert Madam. That could work too. Sometimes you might know their name. So sender's address, okay, of course, date. Receiving editor's address. What I want this one does the same thing. They just say the editor. I want one. Yeah, this one. Whereby this one is blurry. Okay. Yeah. So you state the person name, their position, the name of the entity. Yeah, this is it right there. So you state the person name. Yeah, editor. It's a chief. Editor. The Guardian. Thompson Boulevard. And then there. Mr. Rule. Or you can say, since you already said his name, you can say their editor. And then continue and whatever you want to say. So you could take this format, right? Or like I said, you could just say letter to the editor, their editor, and continue and make sure close with sincerely or yours truly. Okay. I don't know if they want it as robust as this or they just want the simple one. It's up to you how you wanna, like what you would rather do. But I cannot say which one they want because they didn't. It's not a Bgcse thing, but you know, so I'm not sure which one they want, the rigorous one or the simple one. But you know, you made that choice. But what's very important is the content. All right, and so make sure you have the benefits listed, the benefits that you get from the passage. Make sure it's from the passage primarily. One or two ideas of your own is fine, but make sure most of it comes from the passage. But you do not want to lift from the passage. So, like, what I mean is, you do not want to, like, state it word for word from the passage. So, like, for example, say, for example, like saying, in terms of benefits, right? Don't say running is like a well of waters that runs sweet and deep. Like, don't quote it, right? What does say? Ask yourself, what does he mean by this? Like, what does he mean that it's a well of waters that runs sweet and deep, right? Like, there's something that he mean. What he mean is that the experience.
Well, it's like the gift that keeps on giving.
Sweet and deep. He's describing an experience. So if it's something that's sweet to him, that means he likes doing it. It's enjoyable. It's fun. It's satisfying, right? So from that you can say, okay, running is an enjoyable pastime, right? So or and not just an extremely enjoyable pastime. So you don't want to state exactly what they say verbatim all the time. I mean, occasionally, yes, you may want to put a quotation in there too, right? Occasionally, but not heavy lifting. That's what we don't like. Heavy lifting. Heavy lifting means you can't make up anything of your own. You don't have ideas, right? and you don't understand it. So you want to avoid heavy lifting. Yes, if it was me, I would put some quotes in there from this passage, um, just to let them know that, hey, I keep in the passage in mind, but few and far between.
Would you put like this exact one as a quote?
This exact one, it rings nicely, right? But I wouldn't, I would not, if I include this, right, I wouldn't include, say, a big chunk. You see what I'm saying? I would just include a short one, and it wouldn't be excessive use. You know what I mean? It would just be short and to the point. Okay, use it to make a nice point, boom, and then continue. But as much as possible, I try to say it in my own words. Try to get the ideas, like what is actually trying to say to me. You know what I'm saying?
So how would you lead into that?
How would I lead into
Saying the quote.
How would I lead into saying the quote? Um,
Like I could recall a member of my gym.
maybe it was something that the run of your gym said, right? You could say during our last triathlon, um, that um, that that had a uh, that was the biggest one that we had yet. Um, and since we were, you know, more experienced, it went very well than the rest that we had. It went so well that one of the um, one of one of the members of the program declared that um, it was like a well of waters that runs sweet and deep. And so, yeah, you include it, but you have your little twist to it, um, and that shows them that, hey, you actually understand in which context to use it too. But you don't want a heavy lift. That's a problem. Okay, so that's important. Okay, one moment. Okay, any other questions based on this paper 3?
That's all it is for paper 3.
That's all. That's all.
So do you know like an alternative that could also appear instead of the letter?
Oh, they might ask you to write a speech.
So you would say what, a speech?
Like for example, this last one might be a speech instead of a letter to the editor. And so, you know how speech goes. Um, you determine which time of day it is. Whether you want to say good evening or you just want to be generic and say greetings. Protocol already been established. I would like to extend a warm welcome to each and everyone who is present, and then
So you just started right off the bat.
you start off right off the bat. Yeah, start right off the bat. Separate it appropriately with different paragraphs as needed. You know.
And then you sum it all up at the end.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you have any closing statement like?
Yeah, I
like
mean,
thanks.
of course, you wanna. Okay, so just general structure, right? So if it's a speech, of course, you wanna have open remarks and general introduction, right, about what you're gonna be talking about, and so that would be your introduction, um, but in a but with a sense of audience, right? And also the other good part about speech writing is that you could use the first person, right? What that means is that you could say I and me, and you could even use a second person. So you could say you, and so you could speak so because you speak into the audience, right? And so that's the good part about um, speeches. You could be creative. You can include humor. You don't have to be so formal and rigorous. Uh, you don't have to be so formal and so uptight as in say a academic essay, because you have to relate to the audience. All right, if it's a group of children you're speaking to, um of course it would change as opposed to say if you're writing to a Toastmasters team or something like that. But of course, have a general introduction that is specific to what the question is asking you for, and one that lays out your your speech in a nutshell, so that the listeners or the audience can understand what you're going to talk about. Like that's like how we have like the thesis.
So you wouldn't actually list the benefits, but you say there are several benefits
Yeah,
to running.
especially with this one, because you don't want to list all the benefits in the introduction, because that'll just be too long of a benefits, because you're not like it's not like you're writing not like you're writing a 5 paragraph essay with 3 points. You know what I mean? Where you could just list off the 3 points and go, right? You have to be generic about it and just say that there are many or various or several. You don't want to, and then you could give an example of one or two maybe, but you don't want to list it off like how we would regularly do in a typical thesis statement, right? And then in terms of how your paragraphs will be separated, you separated them as you see fit, right? In terms of like, okay, after you feel like, okay, this is a paragraph, I think I can make another paragraph. So like anywhere between 5 and 8 sentences, that's enough for a paragraph. Move on. You know what I mean? To the next.
So most of the thing,
Yeah.
each benefit should be have its own paragraphs.
No, because it's 350 words, so a lot of them can be tied into one. You see what I'm saying? So um, you may be you if you have time, you may be able to categorize the benefits such that it's similar, so that they group together easily. Like okay, this one is physical benefits. Okay, this one is mental benefits. This one is social benefits. So you may be able to group them like that, such that in a paragraph you could talk about all the physical benefits and then all the mental and then all the social, right? That may be a good way to construct it. Um, but that's if you could think about that rapidly like that. But if not, just get right in and just put them there and and section them off paragraph after paragraph.
Because that gonna be a letter or a speech.
A letter, speech. Look through the past papers and see if you find anything different. I only could think of letter and speech at this time, but something with a sense of audience they like to give.
Okay. The English is giving me a headache. All right, I understand.
Understand? Okay. All the best. Um,
Most of the don't get the 25 techniques, please.
okay. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, let me just list off some techniques. Thank you so much, um, Mr. Ricardo. So, why you remind me? I honestly forgot. Okay. Um. Okay. So, some figurative language. So we have euphemism, hyperbole, irony, metaphor, oxymoron. Maybe I should write it, so that you could get an understanding of what's happening. So we have, of course, the regular simile, metaphor. If you don't understand a word, please let me know so I can explain it. Um, personification.
These are the literary devices,
Yeah, literary devices.
and we using these in reference to.
Like if they ask for techniques mainly used and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
And they go along with the ones that I've given you already. Of course, the repetition, the flashback, the alliteration, Then we have the paradox, irony, um, we have euphemism, we have hyperbole.
What is euphemism?
So say for example, someone, okay, euphemism is saying something that is harsh in a nice way. So, um, so for
Wow,
example,
I'm a master of that.
so for example, instead of saying someone is poor, you would say that they are underprivileged. Instead of saying that they are fat, you would say that they are full figured. Instead of saying that they are crippled, you would say they are handicapped, right? So euphemism is saying bad things in a cute way, you know. All right, and then the next one is
That is saying someone dumb, they creative.
exactly,
What?
exactly,
So
exactly.
people is local. No. So basically, you're gonna call me dumb, okay? Wow.
Yeah, yeah. Analogy.
So Mr. Potato,
Some
you
people
just
have
call,
creative answers.
but no, but Mr. Potatoes call me creative. So Loki, you're telling me that
No,
I'm,
no,
I'm
no, 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 no,
shit.
no, no, no. I mean that.
No, but then you just said that.
No, Mr. Bethel is being facetious here. Um, but he's right. I mean, people can mean that, but that doesn't mean that every time someone call you creative, man, Nancy. People could genuinely mean that. Anyway, analogy. Analogy is like a comparison. All right. Um, an illusion. That's a good one. Uh, anaphora. Okay.
What's an aphora?
Okay. So allusion is is a reference that you make to a text. Um, it's a reference that you make to a cultural, political, or historical, religious, or popular either book, either an event, an object, or popular figure. So, for example, if you say, right, the island I visited in the summer was a Garden of Eden, right? That's an allusion to what?
Place you visited.
No, that's an allusion. It's a
The
biblical,
Bible?
exactly. It's a biblical allusion. It's allusion because Garden of Eden means the place of paradise. So when we say that the person used an allusion, they are making an allusion to a specific text, right? Like when we say the person alluded to this, what they basically mean is they're using something as as a text. So um so they people do it a lot with the Bible. Like for example, um they would say stuff like which is allusions to to the biblical text. They would say stuff like um you live by the sword, you die by the sword. You know, that's allusion to the biblical text. Um, this place is hell. Well, hell in what sense? You mean hell in terms of like with how the Bible describes it. So allusions to the biblical text is very often, but people could allude to stuff to popular songs, right? Popular figures, you know, sayings that are like they say cleanliness is next to godliness. So that's an allusion to um, a a proverb that is used in the Bahamian, society. And so,
So, Mr. T, if
mhm.
someone say something like, even Stevie Wonder could have seen the irony in this.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly. That's an allusion. So they are alluding to a popular figure, or it could be an event, or it could be an object. So like stuff like John Canoe, stuff like you know, you know, anything, any cultural, political, or historical, religious, literary, or popular figure, event, or object. Okay. Now it's meant to show the connection between the reader's existing knowledge about like, so if what I'm trying to say is that if you don't know about the Garden of Eden in the Bible, then you won't get it. You know what I mean? You wouldn't understand the comparison. And so, that's why it's important to be well read so that you could be able to pick up allusions when they come. Anaphora. Well, anaphora is the use of repetition for emphasis or effect. So that's the same thing as repetition. Let me just put that in there. There's a different way of saying it. We talk about euphemism, hyperbole. We know what hyperbole is, right?
An exaggeration.
Yeah, an extreme exaggeration, right? Extreme exaggeration. What else we have? Paradox. Paradox. We know what paradox is, right?
So, example of hyperbole would be like the tension in the air was so thick you could cut it with a knife, something like that.
Yeah, sure. Then we have, of course, oxymoron. Anyone know what that is?
It's like some form of sarcasm.
Like it's like the juxtaposition of two words that are unlike. So, for example, we would say, original copies, right? Original. I could be original and a copy at the same time. We would say, mercy killing, like mercy and killing, kind of not the same thing. Or we'd say like, open secrets. So they are not.
Cold as hell.
Yeah, cold as hell, right? This one is taken from Shakespeare here. It says, I do forgive the robbery, gentle thief. Gentle thief. That oxymoron there, gentle and thief. So it's two opposite words that are used together for an effect. Okay. Then we have, of course, a pun. That's a serious play on words. So, for example, so it's a humorous play on words having similar form or sound, but differing in meaning. So, for example, if we have like shoe, heel, shoe heel, you get it?
No.
Like heel, like you heel, your shoe, your heel, like your heel on your foot. Like so they're playing on the words heel and heel. Like, this is the name of a local shoe repair shop, and they call it shoe heel.
Oh, okay. I get it
Yeah.
now. Now that
Yeah.
you give me some context.
Oh, give me context. Yeah.
Okay.
So the name of the local repair.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. The name of the local repair shoe repair shop is Shoe Heel, right? You know how, like, when you have bad shoes, it hurts your heel, like the heel of your foot. So they're saying shoe heel,
Yeah.
like it heals it heals your heel.
But does that make sense?
Of course, it makes sense.
Not in my head, you know.
Okay, the shoe, right, is gonna heal the pain that you have in your heel. When
I don't get it.
when I okay,
That sounds.
Oh, I took it as shoe heel, like you healing the shoe.
no, shoe heel. Okay, all right. Okay, so shoe heel. Okay, so remember, this is the name of a repair or a shoe repair shop, right? So they're gonna repair your shoes, right? They're gonna fix it, right? Because when you come to them, the reason why you come to them is because you're experiencing some discomfort in your in your in your comfort in your experience of wearing the shoes. So you come for them to fix it so it can be better. So it's called shoe heel because when they have repaired your um shoes, it's going to not only heal the shoes, of course, because the shoe is going to be repaired, but it's going to heal your heel. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
So that's a
Oh, I got one. I got one.
all right.
The stairs. The stair, like a tree leaf. Like you get it, leaf and leaf, leaf. Okay, let me stop.
Yeah, I know, right? Please.
Interesting, and everything is interesting.
uh, okay. Then I wondered why the baseball was getting bigger. Then it hit me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one song.
Yeah,
Okay,
Like, yeah.
yeah. It's a
okay.
fun. A play on words.
And you call that a
Yeah, play on words. Any play on words is a fun.
You're killing me here, Mr. Batid. You're killing me here in language.
Yeah, the day right before the exam. Um, monoton, monoton, monotony.
What is that?
Okay, so with this device, the name of an idea or object is replaced with the name of something so closely related to it that the two words become interchangeable. So, like for example, people would say Wall Street it's still feeling the effects of the recession. Now, Wall
Hold on,
Street.
Mr. Petit.
Go ahead.
The when you say play on words, the words doesn't have to be like in a dictionary, right? You can make your own slam bomber words, right?
No, no, no.
No?
Play on words. No, you don't have to, be real words. I mean, you could look online and find so much examples of pun. It's outrageous. Um, but monotony means like okay, these two things have become so so interchangeably that they're so close to each other that like when we think of one, we think of the other, and so when we say one, we mean the other, and when we say the other, we mean the next one. Like what I mean, like okay, say for example, we say Wall Street is still feeling the effects of the recession. Right? Now, when we say Wall Street, what we really mean is the American financial markets. That's what Wall Street is, right? But that's not what Wall Street is. Wall Street is not, technically speaking, the American financial markets, but we use Wall Street so much to refer to the American markets that, like, sorry, that those two concepts are so intertwined that when we say Wall Street, like we mean the American financial markets. You understand what I mean?
So that's something like saying the White House.
Exactly, like something like saying the White House. Like the White House is not just that white building, right? We use that as a symbol of okay, the American authority, their government, their power. You know what I mean? A symbol of you know stateliness and what's not. And so
Yeah, because I can't even think about no other meaning other than for that, but it ain't really
yeah,
made for that. It's like the White House, like
the
supposed
White
to
House.
be like any house, but
No,
only think about that.
exactly. The White House, like so interchange. Like we just let's see if we can find other examples because I noticed this.
So it's only me who lost, right?
Lost with monotony. Oh my.
I lost entirely.
With what?
It's but continue. Whatever I don't get, I don't get.
Nah, I don't
I
deserve it.
thank
Mr.
you.
Petit,
Yes, sir.
uh, do all these like come in the common exams?
Um, They might come, but if you're not looking for it, then you won't see it. This one is rare though. Monotony is rare, I would say. I'd say the familiar ones would be simile, metaphor, personification, repetition, flashback, alliteration, paradox. Anaphora, oxymoron. Pun can come. It's not usual, but it can come. These, if the writer is good, if the writer is really good, then they could put it on you. But not so much. But it comes in ways that you probably wouldn't even think of. Like what I mean is, okay, let's see if we can find examples here. So they just give us good examples. So, okay, they could do a good job here. So like I said, it's a figure of speech which one word or phrase is substituted for another, which is closely associated, such as, yeah, that's a good one, crown for royalty, right? Like crown and royalty are so much associated that when they talk about the crown, like that could be used like when the writer say the crown. You have to look at the context because they could actually be talking about royalty, right? Okay, so in a corner, a cluster of lab coats made lunch plans. I thought they would give good ones. They want them to just be hard to see. Okay, like yeah, you said it, the White House. Crown referring to the power of a king. White House referring to American administration, yes. The Pentagon, yes, referring to the Department of Defense and U.S. Armed Forces, yes. The pen, that's true, for military for the written word. Sword for military force. When we think about Hollywood, what we think about? We think about
actors and stuff.
actors, movies, stars.
Movies.
Yeah, that's the idea that we get when we think about Hollywood. You know what I mean? We don't think about a place that is inside the United States of America. We think about, the glitz, the glamour. You know what I mean? Like that. So that's what we mean. It's like the word is so close to another word or so much used in a particular theme that when we say that we understand what we mean by that. So that's that.
We use this a lot in the Bahamas, actually.
We do. Sometimes unknowingly. Then we have metaphor Martin. We have I said oxymoron, hyperbole. Yeah,
When someone call you a conk,
exactly.
like, oh, he's a conk. Yeah, literally mean little conk, you know.
No. They mean jellyback. All right. Okay, so that's devices there and tones. Some common tones would be you have the sarcastic tone, you have the cynical tone. So cynical would be like so tones. They have a whole list of tones that you can find. I just can give you few. So you have sarcastic, you have cynical. Cynical is like a critic, right? They always point to the bad stuff, the social ills, the problems. They cynical. You have the formal tone. See that one is serious or focused, and you have the informal tone, which is conversational. Then we have
Can like enthusiastic be a tone? Like
yeah, enthusiastic tone. We have an ironic tone. And we have, I mean, let me be honest with you. there is a whole list of
Humorous,
yeah,
like joking,
yeah,
cracking a joke.
yeah. So there is so much ways to
And
describe.
tone is just like the tone,
Yeah,
like how
just
you perceive
literally
it.
tone is just how tone is how the author conveys his or herself. It's like how you would identify a tone of someone when they are speaking to you, or when they are telling you something like, "Boy, that's a nasty tone, bro." They have attitude in that. That's exactly what we mean by tone in writing. So all these, basically any adjective that you can think of that describes it, like absurd, tone, accusatory, admiring, aggressive, ambivalent, you know,
Stern.
stern, all of them, apathetic, ardent, awestruck, all of them could be used to describe someone's tone. All right, every one of this exciting, enthusiastic, evasive,
So based off your vocabulary then.
based on your vocabulary, really, you know, um, and so yeah, so basically these are just examples of tone. So it's nothing specific like, oh, there's a list of tones and nothing else. No, it's it's
How best you could describe
how
it.
best you could describe, how the writer is conveying it, you know. All right, so that's that. So hopefully that helped. I will see you guys on tomorrow,
Or
God's
what
willing.
literary devices
What's
under
the good
again?
ambience?
Hold on.
With the tones?
Yeah. Go ahead.
That's all for tones?
That's all. I mean, I gave you the site, so that have a bunch of them. So I'm like, I don't have to write all of them. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying what the literary devices under again? Like what you would use them for then?
Oh, to make the
Like
writing,
that's techniques or
yeah, like just techniques. It comes under different words. So they might say figurative language. They might say literary devices, rhetorical devices, techniques, literary
You go
techniques.
back, get a screenshot of the thingum, please.
The what?
The one where you get the one with the words.
I mean, the tones.
The one offline.
Yeah, it's very helpful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Where am I? And her looking at the screen, boy.
Go ahead, Mr. Greco.
yeah, I was just saying like that's like under like if they ask you.
They like to put it under techniques. So
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like
yeah, with techniques
when
they
they ask
use
them for techniques, they mean like those type.
those type. You know, um,
You can't be cheeky and make up your own technique, like in intuition.
use that as last resort. You know, you have your primary answers and you have the secondary answers that kind of could work. You know, don't be smart. Please, Mr. Bethel, don't be smart.
Like you trying to
Don't be smart with the examiners. Be so straightforward. You know what I mean? Like, um, if you think that no one else is going to think about this answer, then probably that ain't the answer that they thinking about. This is mainstream, right? So don't be looking under Pythagoras theorem trying to find a tone. You know what I mean? Um, only do that if that's your last resort. You know what I mean? Try to be yeah, you want to be critical and you want to analyze and stuff like that, but there's a balance to it. And I think you understand what I mean by that. There's a balance to that.
I mean, like, if you can't find that and you're scraping at the bottom bar and
Yeah.
you're like, okay, this they use Lycanaz to compare this. Like, oh, the author used Lycanaz here
But
to
Lycanaz is
compare this, and I thought that it was a very wise decision. Yes.
definitely simile. So
Yeah. So you could put like, oh, he was a simile.
yeah, simile for sure. Yeah. All right.
But I saying how you would defend like something like that.
How do you defend as a simile?
Yeah, like how you.
No, you ain't defending it's a simile. They would say identify and give an example. Now, what you might want to do is you want to explain what it means, right? I mean, if you wanna, it depends on the question. If they ask you to, I mean, yeah, I think there's a defending of it, but it depends on the questions. Like I
Like
said,
if they say give a technique, how it influence your reading,
yeah.
and you be
So
like, oh, simile.
yeah,
So you gotta have to go exaggerating and say, oh, this make me feel like uplifting, you know?
you better say that. But of course, it
Yeah,
have to
but that's
be.
what I mean. Like you gotta be like smart about it.
Yeah, you have
Like you
to.
gotta
Cause
pretend like, oh yeah, this is actually very important.
yeah, I mean, even though you don't feel anything about it, you have to pretend like you are uh a reader who is actually interested in English. Like
Yeah,
you can't.
there's a strategic use of
Yeah,
the
exactly.
simile right here.
Exactly. You can't you can't say, oh, this is boring, I don't care about it. Like, in fact, why even doing this exam in the first place? No, you gotta enter saying, wow, the intrinsic use of you gotta act like you all like English is your English is your life,
Philosophical use of simile right here really
Is
sets the
is
tone
is is tune
higher.
is
What?
tune the last topic of the night, Mr. Petit?
Tune is the last topic. That's it.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. So
All right, I'll just go paper one then, because that's the main language. Always take a second hand for me, because if like, you could like almost figure your way through it
yeah, yeah.
and do off the basics.
That's
But
the
math, that'll take his
math.
practice, you know.
Yeah, math. You can't wing it. But anyway, I'll let you all go.
Mhm.
Sorry for
Thank
like
you.
no problem. Thank you all too for being good
Much
students.
appreciated, honestly.
Likewise.
Thanks, Mr.
Bro,
P.
who would sell
Good night. Good night.
Good
like
night. Good night.
rulers and stuff early in the morning?
Early in the morning before set. You mean little generals.
Oh,
But English
you know when
first
they
though.
open?
Say it again.
Yeah, but I didn't think I could like leave and unless the next thing like 3 o'clock.
Remember, little
No,
generals
it's 1 o'clock.
little generals open at 7.
Okay.